Chapter 1500. Dongli Qingqing waved her hand, and a jade-green fingerprint flew out and landed between the middle-aged man's eyebrows. Chi la! The middle-aged man had a defense, but in the face of the sparkling finger, his defense was completely useless. The fingerprint flew into his eyebrows and devoured his life force, destroying everything. In an instant, the middle-aged man's hair turned white and his skin withered. It was as if his blood was sucked dry and his life force was devoured. Then, his body began to shrivel and shrivel. Finally, he fell from the sky and turned into a withered corpse on the ground. Everything happened too quickly, so quickly that the great Lun sect ancestors could not stop it in time. At this moment, many of the experts in the surroundings were shocked. Many experts were well aware of the middle-aged man's cultivation and strength, but he had been killed so easily by the beautiful woman. That young woman was actually so valiant, so terrifying. In just one day, several terrifying young people had appeared in the great Lun sect. It was already frightening enough. She has become much stronger. It seems to be the same path, but it's a little different. Du Xiaofu had been paying attention and was a little surprised to see Dongli Qingqing's current cultivation and strength. However, Du Xiaofu did not find it too strange. He knew Dongli Qingqing's talent better than anyone. "Young man, who are you? You have to pay the price for killing my great Lun sect's people. Tell me, who are your seniors?" In the great Lun sect, the Mingsu domain master, who had been fighting with Elder Jialo Yi, asked. He was the strongest great Lun sect ancestors aside from the ancient ancestor. At this moment, the Mingsu domain master's eyes flickered. The great Lun sect had enough trouble today. Such a young woman must have an extraordinary background. Therefore, Mingsu did not want to provoke any more strong enemies. Otherwise, he would not have such a temper and would have attacked long ago. "How dare you be impudent as a servant? Your cultivation is not bad. Don't make me cripple you!" Dongli Qingqing berated. Her voice was clear and cold, as if she was a noble spirit of this world, not allowing anyone to offend her. Mingsu's expression changed. He was the ancestor of the great Lun sect and had a powerful cultivation. In front of all the major forces in Kyushu, that little girl did not even put him in her eyes. Not only did this put him on the spot, it also made him angry. "Do you want to attack me? Do you think your cultivation is strong enough? Do you think the Great Will sect is yours? Did no one tell you that you're just a servant? Being disrespectful to His Majesty is a serious crime that deserves death." Dongli Qingqing spoke in a domineering manner. Her beautiful eyes flickered with an indescribable tyrannical aura. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. He felt the change in Dongli Qingqing. Compared to before, there was an additional fierceness and dominance. "She is so domineering!" Yi Zijin spoke as she looked at the beautiful girl who was about the same age as her. Her domineering aura caused Yi Zijin's heart to be filled with fear and envy. Mingsu was completely enraged. Light flashed in his eyes as if he was about to attack at any moment. He was one of the ancestors of the great Lun sect. Once he walked out, the entire Kyushu would change color. He could make the entire Kyushu tremble with the stomp of his feet. He had lived for a long time. However, Mingsu did not expect that a little girl would look down on him and even treat him as a servant. "Little girl, I don't care where you come from or who is behind you. Today, I will suppress you!" Mingsu finally attacked. He could not bear it any longer. If he did not attack this little girl today, how could he have the face to stand in Kyushu in the future? Boom! As Mingsu spoke, he raised his hand and the mysterious runes on the talisman condensed into a ray of divine light that pierced through the space. Swish! The ray of light was like a rainbow, carrying a boundless mist. It was so powerful that it suppressed the heavens and the earth. Even a sealed region cultivator would not be able to resist it. This kind of aura might even surpass that of a large region. The terrifying ray of energy pierced through the space and swept towards Dongli Qingqing with unparalleled power. That terrifying aura caused Du Xiaofu to be on tenterhooks for Dongli Qingqing. He felt powerless even if he wanted to help. However, Du Xiaofu guessed that Dongli Qingqing had come in such a powerful manner because she had something to rely on. Swish! At that moment, a figure silently appeared in front of Dongli Qingqing. He quickly waved his hand and light rippled from his body. Swish! At this moment, the energy pillar that had rushed over with lightning-like speed directly froze in front of that figure. It was as though the surrounding space had been sealed and solidified. After which, that frightening energy pillar actually automatically disappeared. A servant dares to be impudent to his master. Looks like the Great Lun sect doesn't know their place. As a cold voice sounded out, the figure raised his hand and slapped. Boom! When the slap appeared, the entire Great Lun sect trembled. It was as if something had melted into the space. Then, a dazzling light was released. In a split second, a palm print appeared on Ming Su's face. Pa! The crisp sound of the slap was like thunder. Under the dazed gazes of the crowd, Ming Su spat out a mouthful of blood and an old tooth. His body flew backwards and landed on the messy ground. Ming Su, the ancestor of the Great Lun sect. Although he was at a disadvantage in the fight with the elite from the Great Golden Winged Rock clan, he was still a terrifying figure who could fight with the elite from the Great Golden Winged Rock clan head-on. However, at that moment, the ancestor of the Great Lun sect, Ming Su, had been slapped down by someone. When the scene unfolded before their eyes, everyone was dumbfounded. They trembled and found it difficult to breathe. It was too unbelievable. At that moment, even 4th Elder Jialo Yi and 5th Elder Jialo Yuan to raise their eyebrows. The strength of the old woman had attracted their attention. Numerous gazes immediately landed on the figure who had made the move as though they had been electrocuted. Under the gazes of the crowd, the figure that had appeared beside Dongli Qingqing was a staggering old woman. She was very old, but her eyes were so deep that no one dared to look at her directly. It's her! Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. He naturally knew the old woman. She was Dongli Qingqing's master. They had first met in the Savage Beast mountain range and had interacted with each other after that. However, Du Xiaofu had never expected that the old woman's strength would be so terrifying. The experts of the Great Lun sect were as silent as cicadas in winter as they looked at the old woman. The ancestor had been slapped down by a single slap. How terrifying was that old woman! The Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix stared at the sky. Her beautiful eyes were twitching violently at this moment. Pfft! Ming Su flew out from the ruins. He was in an extremely sorry state. The corner of his mouth was stained with blood and there was a bright red palm print on his face. Ming Su's entire face was swollen. At his level of cultivation, his physical body was extremely tough. But now, his face was swollen from a single slap. He spat out blood and his old teeth fell out. This proved that the slap was definitely not a simple one. After the old woman made her move, she ignored Ming Su on the ground and the many experts from the Great Lun sect. Instead, she looked towards the sky and spoke in an indifferent voice. The only way to deal with the other party is to fight to the death. You have already finished fighting. Why are you still not showing yourself? The battle has already ended. The battle below seems to be almost over as well. The voice of the third elder of the golden-winged Great Pink Bird clan came from the sea of clouds. Golden light poured down and covered the sky. His domineering aura caused the demonic beasts inside and outside the Great Lun sect to tremble, and the experts to go weak. His figure then appeared in the sky. Has their battle ended? Someone asked. He wanted to know the result. He didn't know who had won between the strongest expert of the Great Lun sect and the expert of the golden-winged Great Pink Bird clan. Du Xiaofu looked at the third elder. The third elder transmitted a message to his ear. The expert of the Great Lun sect is not weak. He can fight with me and has many tricks and treasures. However, if I go all out, even if I can't kill him, I can at least make him pay a huge price. The strongest is the old woman in front of us. I have already sensed her aura, so I didn't fight with the expert of the Great Lun sect to prevent others from taking advantage of us. Act according to the situation. With us here, you don't have to worry about anything. Walala. As the third elder's voice fell in Du Xiaofu's ears, the golden light disappeared. Then, divine light fluctuated in the sky and the huge figure of the great Luin sect's ancient ancestor appeared. That enormous figure brought with it a terrifying pressure that could crush the heavens. However, that pressure was slowly being restrained, and in the end, it turned into an extremely old man. The old man looked old, but he had white hair and a youthful face. When he opened and closed his eyes, divine light flickered like the sun. He was very powerful. At this moment, the old woman, the third elder of the golden-winged Great Pink Bird clan and the ancient ancestor of the Great Luin sect were floating in the sky. The atmosphere around them froze and made people feel weak. The ancient ancestor of the Great Luin sect appeared. When he saw Ming Su, who had been slapped down by the old woman, his expression changed. He looked at the old woman and Dongli Qingqing. He seemed to have felt something and his expression changed again. However, he didn't show it on his face. He asked the old woman, "Who are you? You came to my Great Luin sect and hurt my disciple. Are you going overboard? Do you think you didn't hear what I just said? Is the Great Luin sect going to rebel?" Dongli Qingqing walked out and stared at the ancestor of the Great Luin sect. Even in the face of such a strong cultivator, her eyes were still sharp and aggressive. She didn't fear him at all, as if she was an emperor facing her servants. The old man's eyes twitched. He was the 100-wheel ancestor of the Great Luin sect. Naturally, he knew what had happened below. There were some things that no more than 3 people in the Great Luin sect knew about, and he was one of them. In fact, he had only heard about those things like legends and had never come into contact with them. Chapter 1501. Could it be that you are? 100 Wheels' old ancestor looked at Dongli Qingqing. That aura made him tremble. The Xian Qi in his body was also affected, as though he had met a king. According to the news that 100 Wheels' old ancestor heard, that clan had long been exterminated from this world. Why would someone appear at this moment? This made him very shocked and surprised. Do you think that my clan no longer exists? Even if my clan no longer exists, Great Will Sect will forever be my clan's servant. Dongli Qingqing took out the token again. It was filled with an ancient aura. 100 Wheels' old ancestor was the most ancient ancestor of Great Will Sect. He naturally knew the origins of that token. But for so many years, Great Will Sect had never received any restrictions. Now that clan suddenly appeared, 100 Wheels' old ancestor's heart suddenly became complicated. At his level, who would want to be restricted and become a servant? A token doesn't mean anything. I have heard of the existence of that clan. But just based on a token that doesn't mean anything, I'm afraid it can't prove your identity. The 100-wheel-old ancestor spoke. He had heard of the legends of that clan before. It was a terrifying clan. Although it no longer existed, the Great Will Sect was a servant of that clan. Their prestige was still there, and they were still intimidating. He was completely unsure of the depths of that clan. So 100 Wheels' old ancestor didn't dare to express anything too clearly. But if someone wanted him to be a servant, he definitely wouldn't be willing. My identity doesn't need to be proven. You are trying to rebel, Dongli Qingqing said. She had a majestic aura. She stood in the air. Just one side of the story and a token that doesn't lose face. Naturally, I have to be suspicious. If anyone comes with a token and says that they are the descendant of that clan, should this old man believe it? 100 Wheels' old ancestor asked. His eyes opened and closed, shining with divine light. The token represents the dignity of my clan. You don't follow the token, which means you don't respect your original master. I have the right to punish you, Dongli Qingqing scolded. Her expression was cold. That clan has existed for a very long time. In fact, I've only heard of it. Speaking of which, even if you're real, I'm afraid we're not related to each other. 100-wheel ancestor spoke. His meaning was clear. It had been a long time. Even if Great Will Sect was a servant of that clan, it had been a long time. He had only heard of the existence of that clan. Speaking of it, he had no relationship with that clan, so he was naturally no longer a servant. The technique you're cultivating and the Upanishads you've learned are all from our tribe. You're our servant. If you want to leave, I won't force you to stay. Destroy your cultivation and you can leave. Dongli Qingqing was currently facing 100-wheel-old ancestor. Her hair danced in the wind, and her eyes revealed a cold smile. Her lithe and graceful body was suffused with a green luster, making her look like a fairy in a dream. You're messing with me. 100-wheel-old ancestor's face darkened. As the great wheel sex ancient ancestor, he had cultivated for thousands of years. At this moment, he was being ignored and even suppressed by a junior. Naturally, he had to endure it. Enough. The old woman spoke. She looked at 100-wheel-old ancestor coldly and said, Don't you want to prove yourself? I'll give you a chance to attack. Looking at the old woman's gaze, 100-wheel-old ancestor didn't know why, but his heart trembled. At his level, if those old guys in the entire 9 regions were still in a deep sleep to maintain their vitality, and were still alive in the end, there would be someone who could contend with him. But even so, 100-wheel-old ancestor didn't need to fear anyone in Kyushu. But at this moment, facing the light in the old woman's eyes, 100-wheel-old ancestor's heart trembled. At this moment, he shouldn't have such a state of mind. 100-wheel-old ancestor immediately calmed himself down. His eyes flickered, but then a divine light gushed out. He looked at the old woman and nodded. All right. Enough nonsense. I'll let you attack first. If I attack, you won't even have a chance to fight back. The old woman's gaze was cold as she coldly glanced at 100-wheel-old ancestor. Who is that old woman? She doesn't even put the great Lunsec's ancient ancestor in her eyes. The surrounding experts were all frightened. In Kyushu, who dared to not look down on the great Lunsec's ancient ancestor? But the old woman didn't just look down on 100-wheel-old ancestor, she also looked down on him. 100-wheel-old ancestor's expression became ugly. Without hesitation, his chi surged and his body rose up. Divine light shone brightly and the surrounding space froze. There was the sound of wind and thunder, as if it came from ancient times. It had a desolate and ancient aura, but also a kind of vitality. At this moment, a terrifying pressure descended and enveloped the area, causing the earth to tremble. Inside and outside the great Luan sect, everyone was trembling. Many people couldn't help but tremble. Ancient ancestor, show off our sect's might. Some of the great Luan sect's disciples seemed to be attracted by something and knelt down in worship. Take this, 100-wheel divine seal. The 100-wheel-old ancestor made his move. His entire body glowed, and in an instant, his body turned into a giant. Strands of divine light accompanied by waves of vitality gushed out from the heavens and earth. His might shook the heavens and earth. The giant body waved his hand, and in the end, a resplendent handprint reached out from the depths of the firmament. This resplendent handprint was like the wrath of a god. It wanted to destroy everything in the world with a single palm strike, to destroy all life in the world. At this moment, the surrounding space froze. But inside and outside the great Luan sect, the earth and mountains were still shaking and the abyss was shifting. Wind and thunder rumbled, lightning flashed and thunder roared. That handprint of the god seemed to contain all spirits. It suppressed the world, causing the earth and the firmament to tremble. Around the handprint, there were obvious pitch-black cracks in the space. They spread across the sky like a spider web, as if the entire sky had been shattered. This scene was too terrifying. Oh my God! How terrifying! The surrounding experts were trembling in fear. Under the terrifying handprint, a huge pressure suddenly filled the air inside and outside the great Luan sect. The terrifying pressure swept out in all directions, shaking tens of thousands of miles. It was as if the entire central region was shaking. Such terrifying power! What level has it reached? Some of the elders felt a chill run down their spines. Under that terrifying pressure, they were unable to withstand it. Inside and outside the great Luan sect, everyone's chest heaved up and down violently. They gasped. Even the primordial spirit beast souls were filled with fear. The space was still frozen. If not for the frozen space, 100-wheel-old ancestor did not want to destroy the entire great Luan sect. Under this handprint, all the living things inside and outside the Great Lewin sect would have been destroyed. Terrifying. Too terrifying! Du Xiaofu was shocked. Such terrifying power was not to be underestimated. The Great Lewin sect was able to stand tall in Central Region and not fall because they had something to rely on. But at this moment, the old woman did not have any reaction. Looking at the incoming handprint, she stretched out her hand slightly. Mysterious runes shot out from her palm and turned into a strange whirlpool. Buzz, buzz! Around the whirlpool, a strange phenomenon appeared. It rippled and swallowed everything. The void whirlpool didn't seem big, but what happened next was shocking. The void whirlpool swallowed the terrifying palm print directly. Rumble! The two collided. Runes shone brightly and splashed in all directions. There was a rumbling sound that resonated with heaven and earth. Walala! The whirlpool was too terrifying. Layers of mysterious runes erupted and swallowed the handprint that was powerful enough to destroy the surrounding space. Finally, the runes were destroyed and everything was swallowed up. The 9 Revolution Divine Will Technique. You're only practicing an incomplete version. You're just a half-step domain expert. You're nothing in my eyes. Even if you've reached the true domain realm, you're still weak. As the old woman spoke, the indestructible void vortex trembled and also turned into a palm that shot out like lightning. There wasn't much pressure, but as the divine light in the eyes of the 100-wheel ancestor was filled with fear, it suddenly swept towards his chest. Bang! 100-wheel old ancestor's heart made a muffled sound. His huge body was destroyed and he returned to his original size. He spat out blood and his hair was messy. Instantly his face turned pale. The Great Wheel Sect old ancestor has already reached the half-step to the domain realm, but he was unable to withstand a single blow from the old woman. She is a peerless expert. The experts in the distance were shocked. The words half-step to the domain realm were enough to intimidate Kyushu. At this moment, a half-step to the domain realm expert was unable to withstand a single blow from the old woman. How terrifying was that? That old woman is not simple. Her cultivation level is at least the same as the Great Elders, or perhaps even higher. The third elder's voice rang in Du Xiaofu's ears. I wonder what level the Great Elder's cultivation has reached? Du Xiaofu asked. At this moment, he was deeply shocked. Initial domain realm, sealed domain realm, great domain realm, bounded domain realm, and finally the domain realm. The Great Wheel Sect old ancestor was at the half-step to the domain realm. Although it was not the real domain realm, it was a world of difference compared to the peak of the bounded domain realm. The Great Elder has recently stepped into the Overlord region. The third elder's voice rang again. Overlord region. Du Xiaofu muttered. That was a level above the domain realm. It was equivalent to a legend. In this world, how many people could reach that level? Then Du Xiaofu frowned. The Great Elder was at the Overlord region. Previously, when he met the 9 demon emperors outside the golden-winged Great Pink Bird clan, they were at least at the Overlord region to be able to fight against the Great Elder. Moreover, he was only the 9th demon emperor. There were 8 more powerful demon emperors before him. How powerful were they? The strength of the devil religion was too strong. The third elder sighed and said to Du Xiaofu, the second elder has already stepped into the domain realm for many years. I am the only one who has not been able to comprehend wholeheartedly because of mundane matters. If the second elder was here today, you would have an easier time. I am sorry to have troubled the third elder. Du Xiaofu replied. Then, he made a comparison. The third elder should be at the peak of the domain realm. However, he was able to fight against the Great Lewin sect's old ancestor who was half a step into the domain realm. This was already terrifying enough. At the domain realm, or the level between the domain realm and the domain realm, it was a huge gap. If an ordinary person wanted to fight against someone of a higher realm, it was tantamount to reaching the heavens. However, the third elder was able to fight the Great Lewin sect's old ancestor to a standstill. It seemed that he was able to injure the Great Lewin sect's old ancestor severely. This was enough to prove how terrifying the golden-winged Great Pink Bird clan was. Are you rebelling? Do you want me to kill you today? Or do you want me to recognize you as my master? The old lady spoke and looked directly at the 100 wheels old ancestor. Her eyes were cold. At this moment, if the 100 wheels old ancestor shook his head, he would immediately be killed by the old lady. That old lady was definitely not a soft-hearted person. Chapter 1502. The 100-wheel old ancestor was shrouded in divine light as he looked at the old woman and Dongli Qingqing. Finally, he bowed to Dongli Qingqing and said, 100-wheel greets young Mississippi, what about you guys? The old woman looked at the disciples of the Great Wheel sect. Her voice wasn't loud, but it made their hearts tremble. Greetings, young miss! Voices gathered inside and outside the Great Wheel sect and soared into the sky. Although the disciples of the Great Wheel sect didn't know what was going on, they didn't dare to resist since the ancient ancestor had already acknowledged her as his master. They saw that the old woman was able to injure the ancient ancestor in one move. Facing the bloody massacre of the desolate country alliance, they also hoped that the old woman could resist the demon king Du Xiaofu. Ming Su, Dao Su, and the others also bowed their heads. Although they were unwilling, they couldn't say anything since the 100-wheel ancient ancestor had already bowed his head. Dongli Qihuang's eyes flickered as he sized up Dongli Qingqing. Oh my god, the Great Wheel sect is only that woman's servant. What's going on? The experts in the surroundings were shocked. Everything had exceeded everyone's expectations. The Great Wheel sect that stood tall in the central region was only someone's servant. What kind of mysterious and terrifying background did that beautiful woman have? However, to the Sky Snake sect in Spirit Sky Valley, this scene caused their expressions to turn ugly. That mysterious beautiful woman was obviously related to Du Xiaofu. Now that the ancient ancestor of the Great Wheel sect had acknowledged her as his master, once the Great Wheel sect withdrew, the Sky Snake sect in Spirit Sky Valley wouldn't be able to stop the demon king Du Xiaofu. That clan still has a bloodline, the third elder of the Golden-Winged Great Rock clan said softly. He seemed to know something, which made him even more surprised. Du Xiaofu looked at everything that had happened. It was also beyond his expectations. He had never thought that the Great Wheel sect was related to Dongli Qingqing. The dignified Great Luan sect was only a servant of her clan. Back in the Sky Thunder Mountain Range, Du Xiaofu had heard from Fui Bai that the ancestor of the Great Wheel sect had a master back then. From the looks of it, Fui Bai was referring to the people of Dongli Qingqing's clan. So the Great Wheel sect is just a servant. What a bunch of bullshit. Du Xiaoqing spoke with a loud voice. It was as if she was doing this on purpose, spreading throughout the Great Wheel sect. This caused the faces of the Great Wheel sect's experts to turn ugly. Many of them glared at Du Xiaoqing. However, Du Xiaoqing did not care at all. She did not care about the gazes around her. She rushed to the front of Dongli Qingqing and said, Sister Qingqing, your servant Dongli Xiaoniao has repeatedly gone against my brother. He killed the disciples of the desolate country, the heavenly beast hall, and the world society. Can you execute him? After hearing Du Xiaoqing's words and seeing that Du Xiaoqing and the mysterious beauty clearly had an extraordinary relationship, the faces of the people of the Great Wheel sect turned even uglier. Even Dongli Qihuang's face twitched violently. It's her. I never thought that she would have such a background. Shui Ruhan and many others had been looking at Dongli Qingqing. Back in the Tianhuang mainland, many of them had seen her appear beside Du Xiaofu. Back then, no one had thought that the woman would be the sect leader of the Great Wheel sect. Dongli Qingqing smiled at Du Xiaoqing. She then looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Xiaofu, I will give you an explanation for the grudge between you and the Great Wheel sect. However, can you retreat first? Du Xiaofu looked around. The battle in the sky was still raging. The strongest experts of the Profound Talisman sect and the Ancient Sky sect were still fighting with the experts of the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect. His eldest brother, Jinqin Chun, had used the six-wheel blood-killing array to fight against the elite from the Great Wheel sect. The Great Wheel sect has repeatedly killed the disciples of the desolate country. You need to give me an explanation now. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly at Dongli Qingqing and shook his head. Back then, the Great Wheel sect had supported Xing Fanshi of the Stone Dragon Empire and started a massacre in the Stone City. After that, the Great Wheel sect had repeatedly targeted him. This time, the Great Wheel sect had plotted against him several times. The Great Wheel sect had plotted against him several times. The Great Wheel sect had dyed the central region's long river with blood. This made Du Xiaofu unable to retreat. Kid, you seem to have improved a lot in these years. However, retreat. With the people behind you, you won't be able to touch the Great Wheel sect today, the old woman said. The Great Wheel sect had already recognized a master. She had to protect the Great Wheel sect. She had seen Du Xiaofu and secretly observed him. However, she was still very shocked at this moment. Hearing the old woman's words, the 100-Wheel sect leader smiled secretly. Everything was as he had expected. Today, my golden-winged Great Rock clan wants to touch the Great Wheel sect. So what? The third elder said. He knew that the old woman's cultivation was powerful. However, he was fearless and did not back down. Golden-winged Great Rock clan. The old woman looked at the third elder. Her eyes were filled with emotions. She knew that the clan was powerful and terrifying. Back in the Savage Beast Mountain Range, she had wanted to obtain the bones and blood of the golden-winged Great Rock for her disciple. However, the mysterious woman had intervened. Her strength was so strong that she could not do anything. She had calculated everything and divined the mysteries of the heavens, but she had not divined that the mysterious woman would intervene. Her efforts had been in vain. The mysterious woman was too terrifying. Even when she had divined the mysteries of the heavens, she had not been able to divine her figure. The golden-winged Great Rock clan is very powerful. However, you don't seem to be enough. The old woman looked at the third elder and saw his cultivation level. I know the origin of your clan. Even when your clan was at its peak, you had to back down in front of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. Not to mention now. The third elder's eyes flickered with golden light. As a member of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, he did not fear any force in the world. Hearing this, the old woman's eyes were filled with emotions. She knew how domineering the golden-winged Great Rock clan was. Even if they did not fear these golden-winged Great Rock clans today, they would probably attract even more powerful golden-winged Great Rock clans. With the current situation of the clan, it was indeed impossible for them to fight against the entire golden-winged Great Rock clan. Xiaofu, how do you want me to explain myself to you? Do you really want me to fight to the end? Dongli Qingqing opened her mouth. Her tall and graceful figure was enshrouded by the green light around her body. Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaofu. The Great Luan sect was left behind by her clan. At this moment, she could not bear to see the Great Luan sect being destroyed. However, she did not want to fight with him. Her fairy-like face was carved with beautiful facial features. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a green light. She also saw Yi Zijin, Ouyang Shuang, and the enchanting woman behind Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu looked at Dongli Qingqing. The Great Luan sect was left behind by her clan. Could it be that they were really going to fight to the end today? That terrifying old woman would definitely not stand by and watch. If they continued to fight, they would not be able to gain any advantage. I can retreat before the Great Luan sect. However, Dongli Qiwang must die today, Du Xiaofu said. This was the bottom line. The main culprit was Dongli Qiwang. He was a remnant soul that had lived 2 lives. He must be destroyed. Hearing this, Dongli Qingqing looked at Dongli Qiwang. Everyone looked at Dongli Qiwang. The Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix's face continued to darken. It was getting uglier and uglier. It stared coldly at Du Xiaofu. Chapter 1503. Dongli Qiwang is the reincarnated saint of the Great Luan sect. He has already achieved nirvana. Do you think you can touch him just because you want to? The 100-Wheel ancestor spoke. His voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. His gaze swept across the old woman and Dongli Qingqing. The old woman's expression changed slightly, but she did not seem too surprised. She had already heard about it. Du Xiaofu, do you think you are qualified to kill me? Do you really think that the golden-winged Great Rock Clan is invincible? In this world, the golden-winged Great Rock Clan is not necessarily invincible. Dongli Chi-Huang glared at Du Xiaofu. The coldness in his eyes was not concealed. Dongli Qingqing looked at Dongli Chi-Huang. She could feel the coldness in his eyes and the murderous intent in his body. Her red lips parted slightly. Just as she was about to speak, a voice came from not far away. Excuse me, everyone. Allow me to say two things. These are related to the Great Lun sect. Please forgive me. The voice came from Qing Xingnan. Her beautiful figure walked out. She looked holy and noble. She opened her mouth slightly and said, My third brother Qing Chao is not qualified to be the leader of the Great Lun sect in terms of talent or cultivation. I hereby withdraw from the Great Lun sect. I have devoted myself to cultivation and have cut off all worldly affairs. I have let senior brother Dongli down. I do not want to delay senior brother Dongli any longer. Therefore, the engagement is annulled. I hope senior brother Dongli can find another wife. As Cheng Xingnan finished speaking, she bowed deeply. The surroundings were silent. Everyone could tell that Qing Xingnan of the Divine Light Court wanted to leave with Cheng Chao. He also wanted to annul the engagement with Dongli Chi-Huang. He did not want to have anything to do with the Great Lun sect. Dongli Chi-Huang was already sullen enough today. Now that Qing Xingnan had annulled the engagement, it was no doubt rubbing salt on the wound. Cheng Chao was beside Qing Xingnan. At this moment, his body was trembling and his eyes were lifeless. Everything that had happened today was beyond Cheng Chao's imagination. He was still unable to calm down. Dongli Chi-Huang's engagement was annulled. I heard that back then, Qing Xingnan and the Demon King Du Xiaofu had quite a lot of connections. If not for the appearance of Dongli Chi-Huang, I'm afraid that Qing Xingnan would have become the emperor of the desolate country. The tragic Dongli Chi-Huang is really unlucky today. The discussions in the surrounding crowd could not escape the primordial spirits of many powerhouses present. They could hear them clearly. The corners of Dongli Chi-Huang's eyes twitched as he stared at Qing Xingnan. His body trembled slightly. Being rejected in front of Kyushu was tantamount to slapping his face. Today, at the Great Lun sect, he had been waiting to kill Du Xiaofu and make his name known to Kyushu. He also wanted to let Qing Xingnan know that Du Xiaofu was just a stepping stone for him. However, from the beginning until now, everything had been the opposite of what he had expected. He had been trampled on by Du Xiaofu's people and now his engagement was annulled in front of everyone. He had lived 2 lives and was a top powerhouse above Kyushu in his previous life. However, he had never been in such a sorry state before. Back then, I thought that the Great Lun sect was great and that Dongli Chi-Huang was extraordinary. I abandoned my brother and got engaged to Dongli Chi-Huang. Now I know that the Great Lun sect is just Sister Qingqing's servant, and that Dongli Chi-Huang is just a piece of trash that can't withstand a single blow. Is that why the engagement was annulled? Don't tell me that you want to go back to my brother? Du Xiaoqing said loudly. She did not like the Cheng family and Cheng Xingnan the most. At this moment, she did not hold back. There seems to be a story. Everyone's eyes flickered as they looked at Du Xiaofu, Dongli Chi-Huang, and Qing Xingnan. This guy must have a lot of stories. Mu Jianchen, Bailey Wuya, and Yujing Tongxian looked at each other and smiled secretly. Su Muxin and Dongli Qingqing also looked at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly, but then calmed down. The haze in his heart had long been clear, and he had let go of it for a long time. Cheng Xingnan looked at Du Xiaoqing. Facing such words, he sighed slightly and did not say anything in the end. Cheng Xingnan is useless and cowardly. He is indeed not worthy to be the sect leader of the Great Lun sect. As a disciple of the Divine Light Court, Qing Xingnan is associated with the devil religion. Annulling the engagement is in line with the will of the Great Lun sect, Ancestor Daoxu said. His voice was calm, but there was a majesty in it. Everyone could hear the displeasure in his heart. Today, the Great Lun sect had been slapped in the face enough. In the end, Dongli Chi-Huang's engagement was annulled. This was undoubtedly a sign that the Great Lun sect was going to decline. Is our great Luan sect really going to decline? An elder of the great Luan sect sighed. His face was pale and lifeless. Everything that had happened today proved that the great Luan sect that stood tall in the central region had also begun to decline. Today, the great Luan sect must give us an explanation. Whether or not the engagement is annulled has nothing to do with us. Let's talk about it later. The Rock Emperor has already said that Dong Li Chi Wang must die. I'm afraid he won't have the life to get married. Zhu Shue's beautiful figure slowly walked out and said when she saw that many people were looking at Qing Xingnan, Dong Li Chi Wang, and Du Xiaofu in surprise. Zhu Shue did not want to embarrass Du Xiaofu. At this moment, her face was cold. Although it was not as exquisite as Dongli Qingqing, Su Muxin's charm, or Ouyang Shuang's beauty, she was still beautiful. She had her own temperament that could move one's heart and soul. Bitch, how dare you speak nonsense? You're courting death. Dongli Qiwang, who could not find a way to vent his anger, stared at Zhu Shui. He did not care about Zhu Shui at all. Bastard, you should be the one to die. How dare you touch her? Du Xiaofu spoke. He stood in front of Zhu Shui and stared coldly at Dongli Qiwang. Du Xiaofu, do you really think you can deal with me? In the past, you relied on women. Now you rely on the golden-winged Great Rock clan. You rely on the various powers to work for you. But who do you think you are? Do you dare to touch my Great Lin sect by yourself? Dongli Qiwang stared coldly at Du Xiaofu and shouted. If he put everything aside, how could a small desolate country dare to touch his Great Luan sect? Today, the Great Luan sect was defeated. Dongli Qiwang was filled with hatred and unwillingness. He felt that he did not lose to Du Xiaofu but to the golden-winged Great Rock clan. Dongli Qiwang, do you think I can't destroy the Great Luan sect? I changed my mind not to destroy the Great Luan sect because the Great Luan sect is the servant of my, Du Xiaofu's, woman. If I want to destroy you, someone will have to pay the price for my desolate country's disciples. I don't feel at ease letting someone like you stay by my woman's side. Sooner or later, you will bite your master. I should kill you as soon as possible. Du Xiaofu spoke. The golden-winged Great Rock clan behind him spread out, and his eyes shot out golden light. SSSS. Not far behind Du Xiaofu, the 4 snake race king-level skeletal puppets that had secretly entered the Heavenly Alliance's army and started a massacre were coiled up like huge dragons. On one of the heads of the 3-headed sea dragon snake in the middle, there was a tiny figure. That was a terrifying puppet. In the bloody battle, not a single person who encountered that puppet managed to escape. They were all killed because it was the Yin Thunder Centipede. Demon King Du Xiaofu's woman? Everyone was stunned. The amount of information contained in Du Xiaofu's words was too much. She's the Demon King Du Xiaofu's woman? After the crowd pondered for a while, they turned to look at Dongli Qingqing curiously. Du Xiaofu massacred the Great Lun sect. Isn't this like a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple? There were people who discussed in low voices, feeling extremely shocked. Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijing, Su Muxin, Tang Meiling, Ji Jian, Zhu Shui, and the others looked at Dongli Qingqing in astonishment. Their gazes were somewhat special. Dongli Qiwang was also stunned. His eyes twitched fiercely. This was the thing that he had not expected the most. The old lady, 100-wheel old ancestor, Daoshu old ancestor, and the others were also stunned at this moment. Then, their expressions changed. The descendant of that clan is barely worthy of the young clan leader of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. The 5th elder, Jialo Yuantu, nodded with interest. His voice was very loud, and many people could hear it clearly. Xiaofu! What nonsense are you talking about? In the air, Dongli Qingqing was stunned for a while. There was a strange fluctuation in the depths of her eyes. Isn't that bewitching woman by his side? Why is he still saying these things? Could it be that he already knows what happened after he was affected by the illusion? Thinking of this, Dongli Qingqing's beautiful face instantly flushed red. The daze in her heart also began to fade gradually. Those words made her shy, but she was extremely happy when she heard them. You are my woman! I have already said this in Tianhuang mainland. In my heart, this will not change. Du Xiaofu interrupted Dongli Qingqing's words. A faint smile spread across his face. Don't mention this again. Let's talk about it in the future. Dongli Qingqing's beautiful face flushed even redder. It was as if water could be squeezed out of it. Her gaze hinted at Du Xiaofu intentionally or unintentionally. Her master was still standing behind her, and she did not want to continue this topic with Du Xiaofu. Dongli Qingqing understood Du Xiaofu very well. Once that guy said something, he would not hide it. At that time, it would be even more embarrassing. Thinking that he might have known what happened after the illusion, Dongli Qingqing's face flushed even more. All right, let's talk about these private matters when we get back, Du Xiaofu said very seriously. Looking at Dongli Qingqing, he said sternly, the Great Will sect is your servant, so I can withdraw my troops today. However, this Dongli Qiwang is extremely vicious. He is full of evil tricks and is evil. I'm afraid he is not convinced by you. If there is a chance, he might take a bite out of you. I don't intend to let you keep a poisonous snake by your side. He also has to pay the price for the fallen disciples of the Huang country. Therefore, Dongli Qiwang must die today. The redness on Dongli Qingqing's exquisite face gradually faded. She returned to normal and looked at Dongli Qiwang again. There must be a story. It would be strange if there wasn't. Looking at the conversation between Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing, it would be strange if there wasn't a story. Cheng Xingnan looked at Dongli Qingqing. As a woman, she could feel that there was definitely an unusual relationship between the two of them. She was his woman. It was as if she had tacitly agreed to it. At this moment, for some reason, Cheng Xingnan felt a little uncomfortable. Chapter 1504. She had clearly severed her ties with the mortal world and thought that she had let go of everything. But in reality, that was not the case. Cheng Xingnan recalled the time when they were separated in the dark forest. She had also confidently asked him to wait for her. But after that, everything had changed. They had drifted further and further apart. Now they were like strangers. Kid, don't talk nonsense. Do you really think that my Great Lun sect is easy to bully? 100 Wheels' old ancestor could not help but roar. Du Xiaofu clearly had a close relationship with that bloodline woman. This was something that he had not expected. Get lost. If you are not convinced, speak with your fists. Third elder shouted at 100 Wheels' old ancestor. His overbearingness was even greater than fifth elder's. How about this? Dongli Qiwang and Du Xiaofu will fight to the death. After the battle, no matter who wins or loses, everyone will leave the Great Lun sect. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action. The old woman spoke. Her gaze landed on Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qiwang. Deep in her eyes, there was a flicker of emotion. No problem, I agree. The Great Lun sect is my woman's servant, so I can't do anything to them. However, I can't let the blood debt of the thousands of men in the desolate country go unavenged. I can't let my woman give the order to kill the eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix, so as a man, I have to settle it myself. Du Xiaofu nodded. In short, Dongli Qiwang could not be left alive today. He also had no intention of letting Dongli Qingqing give the order to kill him. Dongli Qingqing had just accepted the Great Lun sect. Naturally, there were people who were not convinced. Dongli Qiwang had a high position in the Great Lun sect. If Dongli Qingqing gave the order to kill him, there would be many changes in the Great Lun sect. The Great Lun sect's old ancestors and many experts were obviously afraid of the old woman's strength, and had submitted to her. It was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to know that once there was a chance, those old fellows would immediately take action behind her back. Therefore, Du Xiaofu had the intention of personally dealing with Dongli Qiwang. The culprit behind all of this was Dongli Qiwang. This person was a huge trouble in the future. He must not be allowed to live today. Xiaofu, you can reconsider. Dongli Qingqing spoke. She understood her master. This matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. Her master wanted to use Dongli Qiwang to deal with Du Xiaofu. At the very least, it would serve as a probe. Dong Li Qiwang had undergone nirvana. His talent was definitely not something that could be found in the same generation as the 9 great clans. She was afraid that he would suffer a loss. There's no need to reconsider. You have to believe that your man is very strong. It's just a small Dong Li Qiwang. I have never placed him in my eyes. Du Xiaofu spoke and kept the purple gold heavenly tower in his hand. He looked as if he was going to deal with Dong Li Qiwang with his bare hands. He did not put Dong Li Qiwang in his eyes at all. Dong Li Qingqing stomped her foot. Did that guy think his voice wasn't loud enough? She really wanted to find a hole to hide in. She didn't have the face to see anyone. That guy was getting more and more shameless. She didn't admit anything. However, Dong Li Qingqing was relieved about Du Xiaofu's strength. That ferocious guy had never suffered a loss among his peers. He's getting more and more shameless. His skin is really thick. Ouyang Shuang stared at Du Xiaofu and pouted slightly. She seemed to be unhappy in her heart. It's really our third sister-in-law. Du looked at the sky and said to the people of the Du family, "Third sister-in-law is really beautiful. After third brother marries her, he will definitely give birth to a few cute little guys for our Du family. Third brother's bloodline will definitely be abnormally strong," Du Shui said seriously. At this moment, the people of the Du family had already treated that exquisite and beautiful girl as a member of the Du family. Kiki. With a sinister smile, Dong Li Qiwang looked coldly at Du Xiaofu. He wanted to kill the former, and now it was just as he wished. Today, he had lost all his face. It was all because of this brat in front of him. Dong Li Qiwang could no longer suppress the coldness and killing intent in his heart. He said, "You're finally not hiding? Let's settle this in a battle. I'll give you this chance. There's no need for young clan leader to take action. Let me handle it," Jialo Jiuyu said. He had already tested Dong Li Qiwang. Although he was a nirvana supremacy, his strength was too weak. There was no need for young clan leader Du Xiaofu to take action. However, when Jialo Jiuyu's words landed in Dong Li Qiwang's ears, everything was different. Hearing Jialo Jiuyu's words, Dong Li Qiwang was almost certain that although Du Xiaofu was strong, he was definitely not stronger than the valiant youth of the Golden-Winged Great Rock Clan. Therefore, the valiant youth of the Golden-Winged Great Rock Clan wanted to take action on behalf of Du Xiaofu. "Ha ha ha, Du Xiaofu, you want to rely on others again. Don't tell me you don't even have the courage to fight me alone." Dong Li Qiwang sneered loudly. Faintly, a terrifying aura gushed out from his body. Divine light shot up into the sky, dazzling and resplendent. A terrifying pressure fluctuated in the air, intimidating Du Xiaofu. He sneered and said, "If you don't dare to fight me, then get lost. When you can rely on yourself to fight me, then come find me again." When Du Xiaofu heard this, he immediately raised his eyebrows and pointed at Dong Li Qiwang. He cursed, "Fuck your grandmother, when did I say that I don't dare to fight? Stop talking nonsense. Is a nirvana supremacy that amazing? You've lived 2 lives, and you've reincarnated as a remnant soul. This proves that you weren't that strong in your previous life. Just wait for your death." Du Xiaofu's voice was very loud. It reverberated in the sky like thunder. Dong Li Qiwang, a nirvana supremacy, was ravaged by the young man from the Golden-Winged Rock race at the beginning. Then, he was blasted down by Du Xiaoyao's fist. That young man and Du Xiaoyao, one was a pure-blooded Golden-Winged Rock, while the other was a red-bone horse monkey. Therefore, although everyone was shocked when Dong Li Qiwang was ravaged, no one dared to underestimate Dong Li Qiwang. After all, his opponent was not ordinary. It was rare to see a nirvana supremacy in Kyushu. It was an existence that surpassed the heavens chosen. It was enough to instantly kill those of the same level. It was a kind of supremacy. Dong Li Qiwang was a terrifying expert in his previous life. After reincarnating, he was a nirvana supremacy. Once he truly rose up in the future, he would be a terrifying expert that could shock Kyushu. He would be a peerless expert that Kyushu could not match. He was enough to create a glorious era. But now, that demon king Du Xiaofu did not put him in his eyes as usual. They can't avoid a battle in the end. I wonder who will win in the end. Among the human race, is there really someone of the same generation who can defeat a Nirvana supremacy? Everyone was talking. Dongli Chi-Wang was being ravaged, but it was not from the human race. A Nirvana supremacy was rumored to be invincible among the human race. I want to kill that Dongli Chi-Wang with my own hands. I can do it myself. It won't take much effort. Du Xiaofu said to Jialo Jiuyu. He patted Jialo Jiuyu's shoulder. He still did not put Dongli Chi-Wang in his eyes. His tone was full of disdain. When Dongli Chi-Wang heard Du Xiaofu's words, his eyes turned cold. All the humiliation he had suffered today were about to completely explode. He said coldly, Du Xiaofu, I will kill you today. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. You're already in such a sorry state, yet you still dare to be arrogant. Du Xiaofu said disdainfully. He stomped on the air and flew up. The golden wings on his back shone with golden light. His expression was calm, but there was a great majesty and domineering aura that made people's hearts tremble. Dongli Chi-Wang and the Demon King Du Xiaofu. They are old enemies. In the end, they can't avoid a battle. I wonder who will win. The battle between the two of them will represent the peak of the Central State's younger generation. The experts in the surroundings spoke out. They were looking forward to the battle and couldn't take their eyes off it. Demon King, Du Xiaofu, Nirvana Dongli Chi-Wang. This is the battle between the strongest of the younger generation in Kyushu. Mu Jianchen, Bailey Wuya, Feng Wuxia and the others spoke out. They had to admit that Dongli Chi-Wang, who had undergone Nirvana, was already the peak of the younger generation in the Central State. Only the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, could contend against him. The two of them could definitely represent the peak of the younger generation in Kyushu. The experts of the Great Luan sect and the desolate country also retreated. They tacitly left the battlefield to Du Xiaofu and Dongli Chi-Wang. The few old ancestors of the Great Luan sect seemed to have great confidence in Dongli Chi-Wang. At this moment, Dongli Chi-Wang had great confidence in him. A Nirvana sovereign was absolutely invincible among the human race of the same generation. As for the golden-winged great rocks, the third elder, fourth elder, fifth elder, Jialo Kaling, Jialo Jiuyu and the others all had calm expressions on their faces. They all knew very well that the nirvana of the eastern departing Scarlet Phoenix was merely the nirvana of a lesser exalted. Jialo Jiuyu was also a nirvana sovereign and possessed the true bone of the great golden-winged rock clan. He was a pure-blooded member of the great golden-winged rock clan and was the closest to successfully refining his divine body. However, he still couldn't withstand a single move from Du Xiaofu. Dongli Chi-Wang was only a lesser nirvana sovereign. The experts of the great golden-winged rock clan already knew the outcome. That ignorant human was digging his own grave without knowing it. However, the people of the Du family and the world society were a little nervous. But when they saw that the experts of the great golden-winged rock clan weren't worried, their confidence increased greatly. Qing Xingnan hadn't left yet. At this moment, he couldn't help but look at the two youths. Dongli Chi-Wang looked at Du Xiaofu, who was in the air, and didn't say anything. He didn't want to waste his breath. He wanted to prove everything with his strength, and wash away all the previous humiliation. Boom! From Dongli Chi-Wang's body, a large amount of dazzling divine light erupted. It was like a radiant sun. A terrifying force surged into the sky, shattering the sky. 9 Revolution Divine Will Technique, Divine Will exterminating all lives! Dongli Chi-Wang shouted. His voice was like thunder. Runes surged into the sky. Divine light was resplendent, shattering the sky. In the end, it turned into a terrifying divine light vortex. That was the strongest 9 Revolution Divine Will technique of the Great Wheel sect. It was rumored that it was a heaven-grade cultivation technique. Rumble! The vortex gushed out and appeared in the sky. Divine light was resplendent inside. It was filled with astonishing vortexes that contained a mysterious power. It was so dazzling that people couldn't look at it directly. Chapter 1505. A terrifying whirlpool descended from the sky, covering the firmament. The light expanded, bringing with it an aura that could devour life, as if it wanted to devour all life on Earth. The Eastern mythical crimson phoenix stood in the middle of the vortex. Dazzling talisman runes spread out from its body, entangling with each other. The second terrifying aura also descended with a loud bang, causing the surrounding void to boil. It devoured all light, as if a boundless calamity was about to descend. At this moment, Dongli Qihuang activated his reincarnation martial vein. It was shining brightly, as if a god had descended. Endless aura swept across the surroundings. Waves of resplendent holy light runes filled the sky. The divine power shook the world, making people want to prostrate themselves. My supreme nirvana is not something you can stop. Du Xiaofu, die! The Eastern mythical scarlet phoenix uttered a roar and executed her strongest attack, unleashing the nirvana force of the nirvana realm to channel the suppression of the heavens and earth. She combined her strongest move and her reincarnation martial vein into her strongest attack, which instantly encapsulated Du Xiaofu's figure together with the terrifying vortex. The terrifying aura wanted to bring Du Xiaofu into the cycle of reincarnation and kill Du Xiaofu in the cycle of reincarnation. It made people in the distance unable to help but fall into the cycle of reincarnation. The supreme nirvana strength is the heart, not the person. Your supreme nirvana strength is too weak. Your meridian spirit is even more vulnerable, Du Xiaofu said. At the same time, the golden talisman runes on the golden wings on his back flickered like countless golden lightning flashing. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's aura was like a real golden-winged rock that was born. It spread its wings and looked down on the world. Resplendent golden light filled the sky from the golden wings, as if it could cover the ancient times, strike down the stars, and suppress the common people. Then, under countless shocked gazes, Du Xiaofu waved his hand and activated the rock's chaos-crushing claw. A claw print instantly condensed, capable of tearing apart the firmament and crushing the stars. It directly tore apart the terrifying vortex activated by Dongli Qihuang. The great rock's chaos-crushing claw was rumored to be able to tear apart a true dragon. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had refined his god body to the grand completion stage. Among the golden-winged great rocks, his understanding of the golden-winged great rock's supernatural powers had improved greatly. Walala! The void was torn apart, the vortex was torn apart, and Dongli Qihuang's reincarnation martial vein was also torn apart. The claw mark did not dissipate. It tore through the void and grabbed at Dongli Qihuang. Dongli Qihuang was shocked. He wanted to dodge quickly, but he was not as fast as Du Xiaofu. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's rock's chaos-crushing claw twisted the void and grabbed Dongli Qihuang by his waist. He was like a fish caught by an eagle's claw. Dongli Qihuang was shocked. Resplendent divine light burst out from his body. A terrifying force surged in his body, trying to break free. Bang! Du Xiaofu waved his hand and threw Dongli Qihuang down from the sky. Dongli Qihuang's body was smashed into a mountain like a stone. A mountain was destroyed, and Dongli Qihuang's body was buried by the huge mountain. The earth rumbled, the mountains shook, and huge rocks rolled down. This scene was shocking, leaving everyone dumbstruck like wooden chickens, their hearts trembling with fear. The dignified Nirvana Realm's supreme Dongli Qihuang attacked with his full strength. His strongest attack was like playing house in front of the demon king Du Xiaofu. He was not a match for Du Xiaofu at all. He was once again trampled to the point where no one knew if he was dead or alive. The experts of the Great Will sect were originally very confident. They believed that no one in the same generation as Dongli Qihuang would be a match for him. No one could defeat a Nirvana Realm Supreme. However, they never thought that Dongli Qihuang, who they thought would be unbeatable among the same generation, would be trampled again. Goo-goo! The surroundings were silent for a few breaths of time. Then countless gasps of cold air could be heard. Some people's throats were dry, and they swallowed their saliva. The demon king Du Xiaofu had disappeared for many years. After his return, he had caused a lot of commotion. He had even defeated the intelligent sword sect's domain lord Jianhong with a single strike. In the previous battle, he had also killed many experts who had just reached the martial domain realm. The Spirit Sky Valley's domain lord had also been killed. However, none of this was as shocking as the scene just now. After the Demon King Du Xiaofu had returned, no one knew how powerful he was. It was unfathomable. However, just now, the Nirvana Realm Supreme Dongli Qiwang had also been trampled and could not withstand a single blow. Only then did everyone know that the Demon King had completely returned. He was still the invincible and ferocious Demon King. The Demon King Du Xiaofu is still Kyushu's number one among the younger generation. Mu Jianchen, Bailey Wuyao, Mu Qingge and the others spoke. What's so great about the Nirvana Realm Supreme? Now that Martial Uncle Du has returned, Dongli Qiwang can't withstand a single blow. The disciples of the ancient Heaven sect were excited. Ever since Dongli Qiwang's Nirvana Realm Supreme, the entire central continent had been talking about the rise of the Great Luan sect. The other 8 mountain sects had been suppressed by public opinion. The ancient Heaven sect naturally felt the pressure. When they walked out of the ancient Heaven sect, they could clearly feel that the outside world was more enthusiastic about the Great Luan sect than the ancient Heaven sect. However, the purple-robed youth who walked out of the ancient Heaven sect was also a disciple of the ancient Heaven sect. Dongli Qiwang could not withstand a single blow. The young hall master is mighty and unbeatable. The disciples of the 7-star hall were also excited. The return of the young hall master had truly told Kyushu that he was still Kyushu's number one among the younger generation. Dongli Qiwang can't withstand a single blow. The Nirvana Realm Supreme is bullshit. The disciples of the Profound Talisman sect and the Profound Underworld sect were happy. The Profound Talisman sect and the Desolate Country had always been allies, so it was reasonable for them to be excited at this moment. However, the disciples of the Profound Underworld sect were naturally unhappy when Du Xiaofu charged into the Underworld Lake. However, the Profound Underworld sect was now on the same side as the Desolate Country. Naturally, they had an extremely good impression of the purple-robed youth. The president is still as mighty as ever. The disciples of the World Society were extremely excited. Some of them shouted in a trembling voice. There were even some elders whose faces were stained with blood from the fierce battle. They were so happy that their bodies were trembling. Third brother is invincible. The younger generation of the Du family were so excited that their blood was boiling. Some of the elders of the Du family who had participated in the battle couldn't help but want to shout out loud. The Du family had completely risen. The third brother of the Du family's new generation had shown the brightest in the Great Will sect that Kyushu was paying attention to. Cheng Chao was stunned. The invincible brother-in-law in his heart, Dongli Qiwang, had actually been thrown aside by the purple-robed youth. Didn't the Nirvana Realm Supreme mean that one was invincible? Cheng Chao couldn't understand why Dongli Qiwang couldn't withstand a single blow today. Qing Xingnan looked at the sky calmly. However, his gaze was fixed on the purple-robed youth, and he didn't retract his gaze for a long time. The eyes of everyone trembled. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was the number one among the younger generation of the Middle States several years ago. His battle results were brilliant. Among the younger generation, the Demon King had never been defeated. Back then, the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had killed the Dragon Nine and defeated the extraordinary experts of the 9 great families. Kyushu's extraordinary peers had made him the leader of the 12 divine heroes, and his name had shaken the entire Kyushu. Until now, those opportunities were still being talked about by people. What kind of storm was that? However, as time passed, the Demon King had disappeared from the Middle State and was being chased by the Devil Religion and the Divine Light Court. Dongli Qiwang had also undergone the Nirvana Realm Supreme. Everyone couldn't help but suspect that the glory of the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had dimmed, and was no longer the storm of the past. Even before, Du Xiaofu didn't make a move against Dongli Qiwang. Some people believed that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was still powerful, but the strongest of the younger generation in the entire Kyushu was no longer the Dongli Qiwang who had undergone the Nirvana Realm Supreme. But now, Du Xiaofu had used a single move to prove it. Boom! The mountain peak below that had just collapsed began to tremble. Resplendent divine light shot out from the cracks of the mountain. Finally, A terrifying aura rushed out like a volcanic eruption. The light was so bright and dazzling that people didn't dare to look directly at it. Countless boulders collapsed, and broken stones shot into the sky. Dongli Qihuang appeared once again. The corners of his mouth were dripping with blood, but his body was covered with a layer of green armor, like a battle suit. That was an extraordinary technique of Dongli Qihuang's 9 revolutions divine will technique. It could condense a protective armor and even increase its power. And at this moment, Dongli Qihuang once again stepped into the air. The increase in power wasn't just a little bit, but more than several times. There was a divine light throbbing between Dongli Qihuang's brows like a flame. Above his forehead, there were 6 wheels of divine light lingering, like divine rings. A vast aura pervaded the air, and a supreme presence suppressed all living beings in the world. He's borrowing the power of his previous life through the nirvana of Supreme Being to accelerate the awakening in a short period of time. He's going all out. The old woman looked at Dongli Qihuang, who had appeared once again, and raised her eyebrows slightly. Looking at the 6 divine rings above Dongli Qihuang's forehead, that was the symbol of the nirvana of Supreme Being. It contained the pressure of heaven and earth. At this moment, it proved that Dongli Qihuang was also going all out. He was using the power of the nirvana of Supreme Being to forcefully awaken his previous life, and the consequences were very serious. How did Dongli Qihuang's aura suddenly become so much stronger? The experts in the surroundings immediately felt that Dongli Qihuang's aura had suddenly increased by several times. They were all surprised. Could it be that Dongli Qihuang could break through another level in an instant? Dongli Qihuang should be using the power of nirvana to forcefully awaken his previous life. This has huge consequences, and there will be unimaginable side effects. It seems that Dongli Qihuang is going all out against the Demon King Du Xiaofu. Some experts had extraordinary eyesight. They had heard of many hidden matters and secrets in this world, and could roughly guess Dongli Qihuang's current situation. Du Xiaofu, I'll definitely kill you today! Dongli Qihuang roared. His voice was sharp and ear-piercing, as if he had gone crazy. A long spear appeared in his hand. It was flowing with brilliant light, and its entire body was exposed. It illuminated the sky, causing heaven and earth to tremble and resonate. This is Dongli Qihuang's divine weapon from his previous life, the reincarnation spear of universe. It's a peak middle-grade magical weapon. He can actually already control the weapon of his previous life. The venerable golden rock of the past, the current golden rock ruler, spoke. His eyes flickered with a golden brilliance, and he was shocked. A peak middle-grade magical weapon was absolutely terrifying. Chapter 1506. Universe Reincarnation Spear, Die! Dongli Qihuang roared, dazzling runes blazing all over his body like divine flames. He thrust his spear forward, the 6 divine halos in front of his forehead shining brightly. This was the nirvanic power of a supreme being. Blessed by the world, it channeled the energy of the world and condensed it into a peerless spear that pierced towards Du Xiaofu. This spear shattered the void, and black spatial cracks spread out, swallowing up all light and darkening the surroundings. In this dark world, only that dazzling spear light, like a green lightning bolt, could be seen. It flickered as it shot towards Du Xiaofu. This spear can even make a peak-sealed domain realm expert bleed! Some experts exclaimed. At this moment, Dongli Qihuang's frenzied attack was something that not even a peak-sealed domain realm expert could match. Du Xiaofu made his move. He didn't retreat but instead advanced, leaping into the air. The great rock flapped its wings and punched out. There was nothing fancy about this punch. It was the simplest of punches. Bang! But as Du Xiaofu punched out, the roars of dragons and the trumpeting of elephants shook the world. In front of the punch, the space suddenly collapsed with a crashing sound. This was Du Xiaofu's tyrannical fist. His strength was no longer the same as before, and his comprehension of the tyrannical fist had also greatly improved. Du Xiaofu's punch also exploded towards Dongli Qihuang's spear. Clang! The fist collided with the spear light, the flesh colliding with the ritual tool, causing countless people to tremble in fear. But in the end, there was no explosion of flesh and blood. Instead, there was an explosion of dazzling runes and pitch-black spatial cracks. Crack, crack, amidst the clanging sounds of shattering, the tip of the spear before Du Xiaofu's fist shattered into fragments that shot out in all directions like a shower of sparks. Then, it wasn't just the spear tip that shattered. Even the body of the spear cracked and shattered, turning into countless shards of dazzling light and astonishing aura. The dimly lit world began to regain its brightness. Du Xiaofu's body had been refined thousands of times, and his divine body had reached great success. In terms of the strength of Du Xiaofu's physical body, not to mention the true golden-winged Great Ping, even Jialo Juyu could not compare. This kind of physical body was so terrifying and powerful that it dared to directly face the ritual implement. Oh my God, is he still human? How can he have such a freakish physical body? Du Xiaofu's punch had shocked all the experts. He had smashed a peak mid-tier magic item with his bare fist. How freakish was that? Puchi! Dongli Qiwang spat out a mouthful of blood. His arm was spasming, and he was in incomparable pain. His palm was cracking, and blood was gushing out. Du Xiaofu's punch just now contained a domineering and peerless force that passed through the reincarnation universe spear and swept directly into Dongli Qihuang's body. If it weren't for the reincarnation universe spear and the energy armor on his body, Dongli Qihuang's body might have been directly shattered and he would have died. Dongli Qihuang was shocked. He looked at Du Xiaofu in shock. He couldn't believe everything that was happening in front of him. No, you can't beat me. You can't be stronger than me. The Eastern mythical scarlet phoenix roared loudly. Both of its hands moved, forming hand seals. Amidst the explosion of dazzling light, the 6 divine rings in front of its forehead alternated, causing its body to shine and expand. In the end, the 6 divine rings fused with it. In an instant, Dongli Qihuang's body expanded to more than 100 feet. He was like a terrifying god that had taken human form. Runes surged out of Dongli Qihuang's huge body. They merged with the world and crazily absorbed the energy of the world. His might was unparalleled, and it made people prostrate themselves in worship. I'm a Nirvana sovereign, and I'm protected by the world. You can't defeat me. No matter what, you will definitely die today. Dongli Qihuang sneered sharply. He was a Nirvana sovereign, and he was protected by the world. At this moment, he had completely used the power of a Nirvana sovereign, and it was his strongest trump card. Therefore, from the beginning, even if he was defeated by the young man from the golden-winged Great Rock race and Du Xiaoyao, Dongli Qihuang felt that they were only golden-winged Great Rock race, and Du Xiaoyao were very strong. However, if they really fought, who knew who would die in the end? He was a Nirvana sovereign, and he was also a reincarnated Holy Son. This was Dongli Qihuang's greatest reliance. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, he felt that Du Xiaofu was dead for sure. Du Xiaofu, you're going to die in the end. Dongli Qihuang moved again. In the blink of an eye, his huge body swooped down. He pressed his hand down across the air, and a huge palm print fell from the sky. Around the palm print, the void seemed to be surging with tsunamis. The sound was like the sound of wind and thunder, and the terrifying power caused the surrounding void to explode. The boundless ancient aura accompanied the heavenly might in the sky, and it could destroy everything. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Dongli Qihuang to have so many shocking moves. The pressure of this palm print was too sharp and terrifying. Swoosh! Du Xiaofu also counterattacked. He waved his hand and summoned an object. It was accompanied by a bright golden light, and it directly soared into the sky. Boom! At this moment, the world trembled. An enormous pressure was like a volcano erupting. Golden light overflowed and spread across the sky. The aura was like 10,000 thunderbolts, sonorous and shaking the 9 heavens. In an instant, the faint shadow of a golden dragon circled around Du Xiaofu. It was like a holy relic. The heavenly might filled the air, and it was like a king descending to the world. The power was too terrifying. It made everyone's face change color and tremble. The heavenly might made people tremble. That seems to be the Imperial Palace's dragon chi, someone exclaimed. The terrifying golden aura was the Imperial Palace's dragon chi. Du Xiaofu was in the sky, holding a nimble longsword. It was the tyrant shadow, the desolate country's national treasure. The life seal refined from the tyrant shadow was also Du Xiaofu's life weapon. Swoosh! Du Xiaofu directly slashed down with the sword. In the vast sky, a mysterious power seeped out from the world, and finally gathered in front of the sword light. The sword swept out, containing the tyrant way of the sword and the Imperial Palace's dragon chi. The void was filled with golden light. In the end, the sword light directly turned into the shadow of a golden dragon. The golden dragon was almost 10,000 feet in size. It was majestic and ferocious. Accompanied by the power of the world, it swept directly toward Dongli Chihuang's terrifying palm print. The moment the sword light appeared, it was supported by the Imperial Palace's dragon chi. It was the convergence of the country's fate and the condensed faith of countless subjects. It made the whole world tremble, and the surrounding creatures trembled violently. How can the Imperial Palace's dragon chi be so strong? Countless experts were shocked. The Imperial Palace's dragon chi was too terrifying. It was not the ordinary Imperial Palace's dragon chi. It was accompanied by the power of the world, and it was difficult for mortals to resist. The shadow of the golden dragon galloped, and the Imperial Palace's dragon chi surged. The vast expanse of the sky surged. A terrifying aura erupted and swept out in all directions. The wind and clouds in all directions directly collided with the terrifying palm print. Dongli Chihuang's palm print did not last long before it shattered. It could not stop the huge golden dragon. Roar! The golden dragon soared through the sky, and the dragon's roar shook one's soul. It directly crashed into Dongli Chihuang's huge body. Bang, 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 bang! In an instant, Dongli Chihuang's huge body exploded, and the divine halo on his body also shattered. A terrifying aura swept out, causing lightning to flash and thunder to rumble in the sky. It made one's soul tremble. The surrounding space also exploded, and the abyss below appeared. The river flowed backward. This terrifying scene was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Dongli Chihuang's huge body exploded, and finally returned to his original appearance. The energy armor on his body also dimmed. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. His whole body was dim. You're actually also. At the last moment, Dongli Chihuang's eyes widened. He stared at Du Xiaofu, as if he had finally discovered something. The Imperial Palace's dragon chi could not seriously injure him. Instead, the Imperial Palace's dragon chi contained an aura that he was familiar with, but it made him want to kneel down. That power made his nirvana chi collapse at the first blow. Kill! However, before Dongli Chihuang's voice fell, the tyrant shadow in Du Xiaofu's hand swept out. It changed unpredictably and turned into a series of sword whips. It was wrapped in a layer of dazzling silver-gold lightning that pierced through space and directly swept into Dongli Chihuang's forehead. After the sword whip swept in, the tyrant shadow returned to its position and directly pierced into Dongli Chihuang's forehead. The tyrant shadow was dazzling. Golden light burst out in all directions, and there were also dazzling silver-gold lightning arcs. There was a sound wave like the roar of a dragon, and the faint image of a golden dragon appeared in the void. It was a shocking phenomenon. The tyrant shadow swept into Dongli Chihuang's forehead. The Imperial Palace's dragon chi, accompanied by the power of Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit, destroyed everything in Dongli Chihuang's primordial spirit in his mind. It also directly destroyed Dongli Chihuang's primordial spirit. The energy armor on Dongli Chihuang's body dimmed and finally disappeared. His eyes were lifeless as he stared at Du Xiaofu in fear. However, before Dongli Chihuang could finish his words, he closed his eyes with fear, unwillingness, and the final resentment. The vitality in his body and the primordial spirit in his mind's primordial spirit disappeared. Deng deng! The light will shrouded old ancestor Ming Su, old ancestor Dao Su, and the other experts of the Great Will sect trembled and staggered back. They could not accept the scene in front of them. He's dead. The Nirvana sovereign Dongli Chi Wang was killed by the demon king Du Xiaofu. The experts in all directions exclaimed. It was as if their hearts were being crushed by a 10,000-pound rock. The Eastern mythical Crimson Phoenix, a dignified Nirvana realm expert, was actually so easily killed by the devil king Du Xiaofu. Everyone could only watch on in disbelief. I will kill you with the seal of the desolate nation as a sacrifice to the seal of the desolate nation and seek justice for the fallen disciples of the desolate nation, Du Xiaofu said. He waved his hand and the tyrant shadow returned to his hand. His voice spread in all directions. Dongli Chihuang's corpse fell from the sky into the abyss below. There was no more vitality. His primordial spirit had been scattered and could not be reincarnated. He had died completely. With the tyrant shadow in his hand, golden light shone brightly in the sky. Du Xiaofu's rock wings spread out behind him. Golden dragon shadows surrounded him. It was as if a saint had descended. The pressure was even more shocking. Those who offend the desolate nation die. Du Xiaofu held the tyrant shadow in his hand. The golden dragon shadows around him trembled. His voice was like a dragon's roar and thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. At this moment, countless people looked at each other in a daze. The purple-robed youth was shrouded in golden light. He was like a saint descending to the world. The Rock Emperor descends to the world and raises the prestige of our nation. Among the disciples of the desolate nation, the Absolute Sword King, the Golden Condor King, the Black Dragon King, and many other kings and marquises roared. Countless disciples of the desolate nation followed suit, their voices shaking the heavens. I've seen some of the comments left by my readers in the past 2 days. I have mixed feelings. Generally speaking, there are only 2 things to complain about. If I don't update enough, they say I'm not as hardworking as before. If I update more, they say I'm saving water. As for saving water, I've said it many times. Why do I need water? What good does water do for me? It's purely my personal style. It's been like this since the Battle of Spirits World. Recently, everyone feels that the plot is slow and simple. Because it's a passionate plot, everyone has to wait every day. Everyone feels that it's too lame. If you read all the chapters together, you won't feel that way. Of course, this is on the premise that everyone is paying attention to the Battle of Spirits World. This is a good thing. Speaking of which, I still have to thank everyone. However, some people don't need to complain. There are some who feel that Xiao Yu is not good. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Xiao Yu really doesn't want to make things difficult for you. With Xiao Yu's writing style, he can only write a little. He really can't write any famous novels. He's not some god-level writer. It's just a hobby. It's not a profession, it's just an interest. As for those who feel that the updates are slow, Xiao Yu doesn't owe any chapters even though he's been muddle-headed for the past 10 days. He's been silently updating for the past few days. He didn't even mention it. All in all, I hope everyone can understand. If you feel that Xiao Yu needs to improve, Xiao Yu is very grateful. If there are some parts that are not satisfactory, as long as it doesn't conflict with the outline, Xiao Yu will accept them. In the future, Xiao Yu will also work hard and strive to improve. Finally, I wish everyone a happy weekend. I'll finish today's 5 chapters. I'll update tomorrow afternoon. Chapter 1507. Dongli Chihuang, who had undergone nirvana, had used his supreme power to forcefully awaken his previous life. In the end, he could even kill peak sealed domain realm experts. This made the experts around sigh. No wonder he had been defeated by Du Xiaoyao and the young man from the golden-winged Great Pink Bird clan. He had absolute confidence, and he indeed had the ability to do so. Dongli Chihuang, who had undergone nirvana, was absolutely terrifying. Kyushu was truly at the peak of the younger generation. If he had been able to grow up safely, he would have been able to achieve glory and a limitless future. However, Dongli Chihuang, who had undergone nirvana, had used his strongest trump card in the end, but he had still been cleanly killed by the Demon King. He had reached the end of his road. The Demon King is still the Demon King. He's still the strongest existence in Kyushu's younger generation. Even Dongli Chiwang, who had undergone nirvana, couldn't resist the Demon King. The Demon King is walking the path of invincibility. He has never been defeated by his peers. Everyone sighed. Dongli Chihuang's nirvana had shaken Kyushu, but it had ended in such a way. Demon King Du Xiaofu is invincible. I'm afraid it won't be long before he can dominate the world. An old monk from the immeasurable sect said, his heart trembling. In the 9 continents, the experts of the Heaven Saber sect, the Ancient Fist sect, and the other sects had unpleasant looks on their faces. Even though they did not take part in the bloody battle today, they still hoped that the Eastern mythical Crimson Phoenix would win. However, the result was completely different from what they had expected. The stronger the Demon King Du Xiaofu was, the more of a threat he was to them. The old woman's eyes fell on Du Xiaofu, astonished. She knew very well what it meant that Dongli Chiwang, who had undergone nirvana, had been killed. The eyes of hundred-wheel-old ancestor, Mingxiu, Dao Su, and other experts from the Great Will sect twitched fiercely, unwilling and furious. Hateful! Their eyes turned red, but they were unable to interfere. They could only watch as the reincarnated Dongli Chiwang underwent nirvana before being killed. Not only did he kill Dongli Chiwang, but he also completely destroyed the hope of the Great Lun sect. PFFF. An elder from the Great Lun sect spat out a mouthful of blood. Qing Xingnan raised his head and looked ahead with a complicated look in his eyes. You overestimate yourself, Jialo Jiuyu said indifferently. He had already expected this outcome. As for the 3rd elder, the 4th elder and the others, they were not surprised at all. On the other hand, Sima Taxing, Gu Qingyang, the Golden Rock Territory Master, Nanli Hun, and the others couldn't help but open their mouths in shock. They guessed that Du Xiaofu must have a way to defend himself against Dongli Chiwang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a move himself. However, Sima Taxing and the others definitely didn't expect that Dongli Chiwang would be killed so easily by Du Xiaofu. Haha, Nirvana supremacy is nothing. My disciple will still be killed! Gu Qingyang laughed excitedly, not caring about his image at all. Du Xiaofu stood in the sky as golden light spread out. He kept a Qianquan bag in his hand without leaving a trace. That was the Qianquan bag that he plundered from Dongli Chiwang. Dongli Chiwang has been killed. The people of the Great Lun sect can retreat now. The disciples of the Sky Snake sect of the Spirit Sky Valley, kill them all! Du Xiaofu shouted as the tyrant shadow flew out from his hand. Accompanied by the Imperial Palace's dragon aura, the tyrant shadow charged into the army of the profound underworld sect and Spirit Sky Valley. Dongli Chiwang had already been killed. Du Xiaofu could let the Great Lun sect off for the sake of Dongli Qingqing, but he didn't plan to let the Sky Snake sect and the Spirit Sky Valley off. Especially since the Spirit Sky Valley had sent out their top experts to kill him halfway. Du Xiaofu wanted to settle both old and new grudges at this moment. Kill! The 18 heavenly guards attacked again. 18 invisible energy surged out, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The 18 youths charged out like 18 javelins into the crowd. They were sharp and bloody as they killed in all directions. Roar! Kill the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect! Kill! The disciples of the Du family, the disciples of the World Society, the Desolate Country's army, the demonic beasts of the Heavenly Beast Hall, and other forces all charged out together. Dongli Chiwang had been killed. Their blood was boiling. They summoned their weapons and attacked fiercely. Retreat! Retreat quickly! The Great Lun sect's army trembled and immediately retreated. They didn't want to be swept in. The Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect's army trembled in fear. All of their hair stood on end. Now that the Great Lun sect had retreated, they were even less of a match. Retreat! Retreat quickly! An expert from the Spirit Heaven Valley of the Heavenly Snake sect shouted loudly, his roar reverberating through the clouds. Du Xiaofu, are you really going to kill us all? Our Sky Snake sect also has an ancient ancestor. If you kill us all, our ancient ancestor will definitely not let you go. Our Spirit Sky Valley also has an ancient valley protector. His cultivation is extremely high. Du Xiaofu, if you kill us all, you will definitely suffer a bloody revenge. An old man from the Sky Snake sect shouted. At this moment, he was afraid. He was afraid that the Demon King Du Xiaofu would kill them all. This time, the Sky Snake sect and the Spirit Sky Valley's army were all elites. The experts from the two mountain sects were also the elites of the mountain sections. If they were killed, the Sky Snake sect and the Spirit Sky Valley wouldn't be able to bear the heavy price. You're about to die and you still dare to threaten me? Everyone, attack with all your strength and kill without mercy! Du Xiaofu roared and ignored them. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He held the tyrant shadow in his hand and killed in all directions. He controlled the Yin Thunder Centipede and the 4 skeletal snake puppets. Everywhere he went, blood dyed the mountains and rivers red. Miserable screams and wails were endless. It was as if a demon realm had appeared. Du Xiaofu was decisive in killing. Leaving these people alive would be a disaster. Only by killing them all would the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect be completely afraid and apprehensive. That Demon King is too savage! Feeling Du Xiaofu's killing intent, the experts in all directions were terrified. The Immeasurable sect, the Huijian sect, and the Xiandu Gate were all rejoicing. Compared to the Great Lun sect, the Sky Snake sect, and the Spirit Sky Valley, Du Xiaofu was already merciful enough. All the experts attacked again. Purple Tianzuan, Yuxianzi, Jialo Jueyu, the Desolate Sky Leopard, the Sky Moon Poisonous Spider, and the Wild Venomous Condor attacked in all directions. The experts of the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect fell one after another. They were already powerless to resist. Now that the Great Lun sect was gone, they were even more powerless. Even the 2 domain lords, the 4th Elder Jialo Yi and the 5th Elder Jialo Yuantu, rushed towards the peak experts who were fighting with the experts of the Ancient Heaven sect and the Profound Talisman sect in the sky. The 3rd Elder did not attack. He was watching from the sky. This was a brutal massacre. They killed until the mountains and rivers were dyed red with blood. They killed until the sky turned dark. In the end, they killed until the sun and moon lost their light. The experts of the various forces who were besieging the desolate Sky Valley watched from afar and felt their hair stand on end. In the future, whoever wanted to touch the desolate country would have to think twice. Who could resist such a massacre? The experts of the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect were constantly bleeding. Some self-destructed, some fought with their lives on the line, some escaped, and some escaped with their primordial spirits. The screams and wails were endless, like the cries of ghosts and gods. Actually, it did not take long. Under the siege of the various forces, 99% of the army of the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect were killed. Corpses were everywhere, and blood filled the sky. The corpses were piled up outside the Great Lun sect like mountains. Fresh blood flowed out and gathered into a blood-red stream. Inside and outside the Great Lun sect, the mountains and rivers were dyed red. It was a mournful scene that made one's hair stand on end. Bastard, I actually let those old fellows escape. In the sky, the Domain Lord, the 4th Elder Jialo Yi, the 5th Elder Jialo Yuantu, and 6 other mysterious experts descended. The auras of these 6 mysterious experts were not inferior to the Great Lun sect's patriarchs, Ming Su and Dao Su. These 6 people were the powerful existences who had been intercepting the Sky Snake sect and the Spirit Sky sect's patriarchs. They were the Heavenly Talisman sect's patriarch Tiahan and the Heavenly Talisman Domain Lord, as well as the Dark Underworld sect's Murong Gaing and the Dark Underworld Domain Lord. Lastly, the Ancient Moon Domain Lord and the Heavenly Phoenix Domain Lord of the Ancient Heaven sect were also there. They have brought precious treasures with them, and it's hard to stop them from escaping. However, they have paid a heavy price, and I'm afraid they won't be able to recover in a short period of time. Murong Gaing spoke, and his voice echoed in all directions. Then, he greeted Du Xiaofu and said, "Young friend, we meet again. Thank you for your help, senior." Du Xiaofu put away the tyrant shadow and the golden rock wings. Murong Gying had come personally with the help of the mysterious underworld sect, so Du Xiaofu had to give him face. "Haha, it's my pleasure." Murong Gying laughed and gave Ming Ronging an appreciative smile. "Murong Gying, this old fellow, is really cunning." In the infinite sect of the intelligent sword sect, Xiandu Gate, an elder sighed. "Cheng Xingnan, do you still want to leave? The Divine Light Court will have to pay the interest." Suddenly, a loud shout came from not far away. Dongli Diao, Lin Weiqi, Wuma Sheng, Tao Yu, and the others surrounded Qing Xingnan and Qing Chao, who were about to leave, with murderous intent. The Divine Light Court had destroyed the Seven-Star Hall. Dongli Diao and the others knew that Qing Xingnan was a disciple of the Divine Light Court, and they didn't want to let him go. They wanted to take revenge for their brothers and sisters in the Seven-Star Hall. "You guys are not enough to stop me. Let the experts from your sects do it." Qing Xingnan looked at Dongli Diao, Lin Weiqi, and the others and said, "You can leave now. Tell that old dog Xingguang to wait for me in the Divine Light Court." Du Xiaofu appeared quietly and stood in front of Dongli Diao and Lin Weiqi, asking Qing Xingnan to leave. Chapter 1508. "If I meet you in the Divine Light Court, I'll give it my all even if I can't defeat you." Qing Xingnan looked at Du Xiaofu. Her words were concise and clear, but there was a hint of bitterness on her beautiful face. "I won't be courteous to the Divine Light Court either," Du Xiaofu said indifferently. Qing Xingnan left with Cheng Chao, who was still in a state of shock. They turned into a rainbow and disappeared into the sky after a few flashes. The bloody battle had finally come to an end. The various major forces that had come to watch the nirvana of Dongli Qihuang, and also wanted to see the final outcome of the battle between the Demon King Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qihuang. However, the various forces did not even bid farewell to the Great Wheel sect and left quietly. The Heaven Knife sect, the Ancient Fist sect, and the other mountain sects were even more afraid that Du Xiaofu would find trouble with them. After all, they had many conflicts with Du Xiaofu on the Tianhuan continent, so they had already slipped away quietly. "Greetings, Palace Lord." A young man in luxurious clothes bowed in front of Du Xiaofu. He was the Heaven Wasteland Star-swallowing Python, who had come with the Fantasy Tiger King and the others. The Heaven Wasteland Star-swallowing Python had been in the Beast region ever since they returned from the Tianhuan continent. When the Fantasy Tiger King and the others returned from the Golden-Winged Great Peng's territory, Du Xiaofu remembered the Heaven Wasteland Star-swallowing Python, so he asked the Fantasy Tiger King, the Divine Ape King, and the Wild Bear King to greet the Heaven Wasteland Star-swallowing Python. Therefore, when Du Xiaofu crushed the voice transmission jade slip to summon the Fantasy Tiger King and the others, the Heaven Wasteland Star-swallowing Python, who had been killing enemies earlier, had also come. The Heaven Wasteland Star-swallowing Python had been tempered by the Divine Thunder, and was now a consummate beast venerable. However, compared to the benefits the Fantasy Tiger King and the others had received, the Fantasy Tiger King and the others were much stronger than the Heaven Wasteland Star-swallowing Python. "What do you plan to do next?" Dongli Qingqing moved to the front of Du Xiaofu with light steps. A few strands of hair fluttered around her ears, making her look otherworldly. "I'm going to the Divine Light Court in the next 2 days." Du Xiaofu's expression was calm. His murderous intent retracted, making him seem like a completely different person from before. Du Xiaofu stared at the woman in front of him. She was like a fairy who had mistakenly entered the world. Her beauty and temperament could move one's soul and tug at one's heartstrings. He continued, "Why don't you find some time to accompany me to the Sure City in the next 2 days and meet my uncles?" "Why?" Dongli Qingqing asked in surprise, but then she seemed to realize something and immediately said, "I'm not going." Under everyone's gaze, Du Xiaofu grabbed Dongli Qingqing's beast. He was very enthusiastic and said with a smile in his eyes, "Don't. An ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law. We haven't seen each other for so long. You won't leave without saying goodbye again, will you? Last time, you're still talking about last time you..." Dongli Qingqing felt the gazes from all around. Her face was rosy and tender, and she immediately pulled away Du Xiaofu's hand. She knew that there was no way she could talk to this ferocious guy and could only hide further away. What about last time? You clearly left without saying goodbye last time too. Du Xiaofu scratched the back of his head, very puzzled. This woman really changed her face at will, without any warning at all. But the way you blush is really pretty, Du Xiaofu said seriously. Her delicate, elf-like face was tender, beautiful and moving. He almost couldn't help but want to take a bite. Su Muxin looked at Du Xiaofu. Her charming temperament revealed a different kind of nobility and elegance. Under her curled eyelashes, a ripple flashed across her eyes, and then it was drowned in a faint ripple of charm. Kid, it's time to leave the territory of the Great Lun sect, the old woman said. She had already ordered him to leave, and then entered the depths of the Great Lun sect. Brother Du, Mu Jianchen, Bailey Wuyao, Feng Wuxie, Mu Qingge, and the others gathered around Du Xiaofu and greeted him. Let's talk somewhere else. Du Xiaofu looked at the direction the old woman disappeared in, and felt a little apprehensive. After that, he smiled at Mu Jianchen and the others. Jinqing Chun and an old ancestor of the Great Lun sect had been fighting for a long time. At this moment, they finally stopped. The heavens are not helping my Great Lun sect. That old man's expression was gloomy and cold. In the end, he could only leave helplessly. After knowing that Dongli Qiwang was killed, he roared in anger. Jin Qingchun's face was pale. Using the six-wheel blood-killing array to trap an old ancestor of the Great Lun sect consumed a lot of energy. The various armies began to retreat. Du Xiaofu met the Ancient Moon Domain Lord, Heavenly Phoenix Domain Lord, Heavenly Soul Domain Lord, and the Heavenly Talisman Ancestor under the introductions of his Grand Master, the Golden Rock Domain Lord, and Nanli Hun. After that, he left the Great Lun sect with Mu Jianchen and the others. As for the remaining matters like cleaning up the battlefield, Yu Wuming and the others had already taken care of it. Du Xiaofu didn't need to worry at all. In the future, this brat will definitely become a glorious person. The Heavenly Soul Domain Lord, Heavenly Talisman Ancestor, Murong Gaing, and the other experts looked at Du Xiaofu's departing figure and couldn't help but praise him. A person who could defeat a Nirvana Supreme Being, as long as there were no accidents and continued to grow, he was destined to be a glorious person in the future. As for the Heavenly Soul Domain Lord and the other experts, they greeted the third elder, and fifth elder of the golden-winged Great Rock race with great respect. Especially the fourth elder, Jialo Yi, and fifth elder, Jialo Yuan, they seemed to have met them before. After a bloody battle, the armies of the various factions left at dusk. In the end, the Phantom and Blood Fiend Vine, who were devouring the remnant souls and Blood Fiend Qi on the battlefield, also left in satisfaction at dusk. The harvest this time almost made them explode. As the sun set in the west, the setting sun was as red as blood, illuminating thousands of miles of bloody land. Inside and outside the Great Lun sect, it was a complete mess. Other than the core area of the Great Lun sect, the rest of the land had been reduced to ruins, and the mountains were dyed red with blood. Countless disciples of the Great Lun sect stood around in a daze, unable to regain their senses for a long time. The Great Lun sect, which stood tall in the central region, didn't even put the Demon King, Du Xiaofu's army in their eyes at the beginning. However, none of them expected that the Great Lun sect would suffer such a bloodbath in the end. If it wasn't for the mysterious woman and the old woman, the Great Lun sect would probably be in an even more miserable state. Damn it! Some of the disciples of the Great Lun sect were unwilling to accept this outcome. They looked at the mountains that were covered in blood and roared at the sky. Ancestor, we couldn't find the Holy Sun's corpse. It's missing. In a blood-fiend abyss, several figures flew out with solemn expressions. They were the remaining elders of the Great Lun sect. They were searching for Dongli Qihuang's corpse in the abyss, but they realized that Dongli Qihuang's corpse was missing. Impossible. Go down and search again. Old Ancestor Ming Su shouted. His figure turned into a rainbow as he charged into the abyss. He wanted to find the remains of the Eastern mythical Red Phoenix. He wanted to investigate how the Eastern mythical Red Phoenix was killed. Even if Dongli Chi Huang's supreme nirvana was defeated, Dongli Chi Huang's primordial spirit contained the soul of his previous life. It wouldn't be easy to kill him completely. However, in the end, several figures flew out from the abyss again. Ancestor Ming Su and the others had ugly expressions. They still couldn't find Dongli Chi Huang's corpse. They couldn't even find a single piece of Dongli Chi Huang's corpse. Did it explode? How could it be missing? Ancestor Ming Su looked at the sky gloomily. Dongli Chi Huang's corpse was missing, but it didn't explode. He was puzzled. Night had fallen. The blood fiend Qi lingered in the Great Lun sect. In just one day, the Great Lun sect was no longer the same as before. Why did it come to this? Why? Some of the elders of the Great Lun sect were puzzled. Until now, they still didn't know what caused the Great Lun sect to be in such a state. The Middle States Heaven Alliance was destroyed when it was just established today. It was definitely the fastest alliance to be destroyed in history. The Great Lun sect suffered heavy losses. Many of their experts died and tens of millions of disciples were slaughtered. The Sky Serpent sect and Spirit Sky Valley's army suffered even more losses than the Great Lun sect. They left behind countless corpses. Not to mention the ordinary disciples who escaped. Even the experts who escaped were less than 10%. This 10% included those who escaped as primordial spirits. The Central Region's Heaven Alliance was defeated, the Great Wheel sect was massacred, the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect were almost completely annihilated, and countless experts were bathed in blood. This news immediately spread to the entire Central Region, and at the same time, to the entire 9 regions. That night, the news of the Rock Emperor's victory and massacring the Great Lun sect had already been sent back to the Stone City by the Moon Shadow Hall. The Stone City was in an uproar. Cheers and shouts continued until dawn. 2 days later, in the Stone City of the Desolate Country, Du Xiaofu returned. Accompanying him were the experts from various factions in Kyushu. The experts from the Huan School, Gui Che, Tianhuan Leopard and the others. They also returned to the Stone City. As for the armies from various factions, they were still behind. Moreover, even with their mighty lineup, they could not enter the Stone City. Du Xiaofu naturally had to be a good host when various factions came to help. Otherwise, it would be inexcusable. Is this the Stone City? It's not a big place. It's at the border. Is this where the Demon King came from? Damn, that's the grass of immortality and the Dark Seeker grass. Du Xiaofu actually has such treasures outside his door. Everyone entered the Stone City. They all felt refreshed. The experts from various factions in Kyushu arrived first and gathered in the Stone City. This was so shocking that it caused the entire Stone City to be in an uproar. Powerful, too powerful. These juniors from the Du family all have strong physical bodies. They are no weaker than demonic beasts. Their talents are outstanding. Within the Du family, voices of surprise could be heard. The experts from various factions in Kyushu entered the Du family. When they saw the juniors of the Du family, they were all dumbfounded. They purposely checked and probed. The strength of the Du family juniors' physical bodies shocked them. I heard that you are all experts from Kyushu. The Patriarch said that you have monstrous divine abilities and can overturn rivers and seas. Is that true? A group of young boys and girls from the Du family, as well as many milk babies, gathered around some kind-looking experts from various factions in Kyushu. Their clear eyes were filled with yearning and reverence. You're exaggerating. You can also become experts in the future. Being looked at with reverence by a large group of young boys and girls, these experts enjoyed it very much. They smiled and replied to everyone. Then, can we be as strong as you in the future? A baby from the Du family shook his nose. His young face was filled with seriousness. They also wanted to become legendary experts when they grew up. As long as you work hard and have a strong pull spirit, you will have the chance to be as strong as us in the future. A majestic old man patted his chest and said. He was very amiable and had a smile in his eyes. He was very popular with the little guys. Pulse spirit? Can I become an expert with a pulse spirit like mine? A 6 or 7-year-old boy with a sturdy body heard the old man's words, and his body was suddenly filled with black light. Roar! In an instant, a tiger's roar shook the sky. A huge black tiger appeared and looked as if it was about to pounce. Its aura was shocking. When the shadow of the huge black tiger appeared, the experts from the various factions were dumbfounded. Damn it, am I seeing things? I must be seeing things. Is the pulse spirit of the dark sky tiger real? Then, all the experts were dumbfounded. The meridian soul that a child had activated was the legendary dark sky tiger. Not to mention that the 6 or 7-year-old child had already succeeded in building his foundation. The pulse spirit of the dark sky tiger was absolutely terrifying. Mine too, see if my pulse spirit is strong or not. Mine, look at my pulse spirit. Instantly, this group of young boys and girls, as well as milk babies, scrambled to activate their own pulse spirits as if they were presenting a treasure. Roar! The thunderous roars of beasts shook the entire Dew family. Shadows of pulse spirit beasts appeared one after another, and a powerful aura filled the air. At this moment, the experts from the various factions in Kyushu were dumbfounded. Oh my god, this is the pulse spirit of the pure-blooded dragons. There are also 9 phoenix pulse spirits, damn it! Oh my god, there is also the pulse spirit of the golden-winged rock. Phoenix pulse spirit, this is definitely the phoenix pulse spirit. Where did these little monsters come from? Do they still want to live? Cuckoo! Then, the experts from the various forces of the 9 states began to tremble. Their eyes turned red, and they sucked in a breath of cold air. They were so shocked that their bodies trembled. Chapter 1509. These little monsters were too terrifying. Their bloodline souls were enough to scare people, but their innate talents were also terrifying. Even their physical bodies were abnormally strong. How did you cultivate? You're so powerful at such a young age? An old man couldn't help but ask. These little monsters, any one of them was enough to cause people to be struck by lightning. When they grew up in the future, how shocking would they be? You little bastards, you're slacking off again. Why aren't you taking a bath? A loud shout rang out. Many people from the Dew family were alarmed. Seeing a group of little guys pestering Kyushu, the experts from the major powers immediately pushed them away. The great master is here! Run! When the group of little guys saw the middle-aged man, they seemed to be extremely afraid of the bath. They immediately scattered, disappearing without a trace. Is this really just a small border city? The experts from the major powers of Kyushu sighed, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Such a Dew family was too terrifying. At dusk, there was a huge banquet in the desolate country's imperial palace to entertain the experts from the major powers of Kyushu. The profound talisman sect, ancient heaven sect, mysterious underworld sect, and Hwan's school all participated. Good wine and delicacies, bejeweled nectar. There were also people from the golden-winged Great Pink clan present. Jialo Jiuyu, Jialo Kaling, Jialo Jiuekong, and the others suppressed the younger generation to the point that they couldn't breathe. However, because of their relationship with Du Xiaofu, Jialo Jiuyu, Jialo Jiuekong, and the others weren't too cold to Mu Jianxin, Bailey Wuya, Mu Qingge, and Hua Zimo. After a few cups of bejeweled nectar, they became more familiar with each other. Du Xiaofu raised his cup, thanking the major powers for their help. The experts from the major powers stood up and nodded, looking at the purple-robed young man. With the imperial palace's draconic aura, no one dared to look down on him. On the Great Wheel sect, the purple-robed young man had already bloomed with the brightest light. Such a young man was only in his 20s. In the future, he would reach an astonishing level, bringing glory to the world. Who would dare to look down on him? The banquet was lively, and experts from all over the place gathered. It was like a grand event in Kyushu. Seniors, many thanks to the 100 Flowers Gate for your assistance. In front of many experts of the 100 Flowers Gate, Du Xiaofu stood up alone to propose a toast. Rock Emperor, you're too kind. The group of experts from the 100 Flower Gate stood up, treating each other as equals. Actually, there's one more thing. This junior has a presumptuous request. Du Xiaofu pulled Mu Ruobai over and said to the experts of the 100 Flowers Gate, Mu Ruobai is a member of the Heavenly General Guard of our world society, and is also this junior's brother. He has feelings for a female disciple of your sect, so I would like to ask the seniors here to fulfill their wish and make an exception. This junior would be endlessly grateful. This item is a small token of my appreciation. With that, Du Xiaofu took out a jade bottle from his qiankuan pouch and handed it to a middle-aged woman. This beautiful woman was the leader of the 100 Flowers Gate, and she was at the sealed realm. Hey, what's Du Xiaofu doing? Is he going to propose? Could it be that the kid has taken a fancy to a female disciple of the 100 Flowers Gate? Seeing such a commotion, many curious figures immediately gathered around. Rock Emperor, what's the meaning of this? The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment. Then, she looked at the jade bottle that Du Xiaofu was offering. She couldn't refuse him. So, she hesitated for a moment before accepting it. Senior, you can take a look first, Du Xiaofu said with a faint smile. The woman was also curious, and under the curious gazes of the surrounding crowd, she opened the bottle. Bang! Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted, and true dragon chi swept out, resonating with the entire palace. A dragon's roar could be heard, and it seemed like a true dragon was about to roar out of the jade bottle. Dragon's blood essence. With this power, it must be the blood essence of pure-blooded dragons. Some of the surrounding experts immediately guessed that this was dragon's blood essence, pure-blooded dragon's blood essence. It was a precious treasure that would make anyone's eyes go red. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Consider it Ruobai's betrothal gift. I hope the seniors of the 100 Flowers Gate can fulfill my wish. Du Xiaofu smiled. Inside the jade bottle were several drops of dragon's blood essence. Although there were only a few drops, they were priceless. The experts of the 100 Flowers Gate trembled. The temptation of dragon's blood essence was too great. Not just anyone could take out such a thing. Rock Emperor, it's not that we don't want to give you face, but there are rules of our gate. Our 100 Flowers Gate's female disciples cannot marry outside. The woman was in a difficult position. Dragon's blood essence was a precious treasure, but the gate had rules that couldn't be changed. The 100 Flowers Gate's rules can be slightly changed. Why make things difficult for lovers? That's right. The 100 Flowers Gate's rules should be changed. The surrounding large factions were all very excited. The female disciples of the 100 Flowers Gate were all as beautiful as flowers, as beautiful as fairies. They were the young geniuses of the various large factions and had always been coveted. It was just that the 100 Flowers Gate's rules made the young geniuses feel powerless and regretful. But if they could make the 100 Flowers Gate change its rules, even if they were already old and had missed the opportunity, they could still leave an opportunity for their disciples and descendants. Why not? The surrounding large factions were all in an uproar. Because of Du Xiaofu's face, the woman was in a difficult position. Moreover, she couldn't make the decision in the first place. Rock Emperor, this matter is indeed difficult. Our 100 Flowers Gate's rules have been around for a long time. They were left behind by our ancestors and cannot be changed. That would be disrespectful to our ancestors. The woman was in a difficult position. Indeed, we cannot be disrespectful to our ancestors. But there are some things that can be changed. Then it's fine. Du Xiaofu smiled and patted Mu Ruobai's shoulder. He said to the woman, "This brother of mine is talented and has a good character. I wonder if he would like to become Senior's disciple? Become my disciple." The woman was taken aback when she heard this. She naturally knew of Mu Ruobai's extraordinariness. Back then, she had defeated many of her peers in the 100 Flowers Gate. In the end, only Hua Zimo was able to suppress her. It's not impossible for him to become my disciple. I'm just afraid that this boy won't abide by the sect's rules in the future. The beautiful woman hesitated. If such a young man could become her disciple, it would indeed be good. In the Great Lin sect, she had also paid attention to Mu Ruobai. How powerful was she? Even if Hua Zima were to fight with her now, she might not necessarily be able to win. Du Xiaofu suddenly smiled and hurriedly indicated to Mu Ruobai. Ruobai, Senior has agreed. Why haven't you become her disciple? Mu Ruobai was stunned for a moment before she understood. She immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Disciple greets master. Fine, get up. I'll accept this disciple. The woman waved her hand and a gentle force supported Mu Ruobai. She also placed the jade bottle containing the dragon blood into her Qiankuan pouch. Mu Ruobai is already a disciple of the 100 Flowers Gate. Then, it won't affect your sex rules. I asked Senior to fulfill my wish. Du Xiaofu said. I asked Master to fulfill my wish. Mu Ruobai didn't miss the opportunity and also pleaded. The woman helplessly smiled bitterly. She looked at Mu Ruobai with satisfaction in her eyes. The more she looked, the more she liked her. She then smiled at Du Xiaofu and said, That girl Li Yue, I'm not only her sex senior, but also her clan senior. When I return, I'll arrange it. There shouldn't be any problems. Thank you, Master. Hearing this, Mu Ruobai immediately bowed. She then stood in front of Du Xiaofu with gratitude in her heart. She knelt down on one knee and said with tears in her eyes, Thank you, President. What are you thanking me for? You're a member of the Heavenly General Guard and my brother. Just remember not to forget to inform me on the big day. Du Xiaofu smiled and pulled Mu Ruobai up. He was also happy for her in his heart. Congratulations, Ruobai. Yi Piaoling, Qian Guyu, Yin Hu, and the other 17 brothers immediately crowded around and were deeply happy for Mu Ruobai. Rock Emperor, do you still have dragon blood? There are many female disciples in my sect who are still unmarried. I think there are a few suitable ones among the 18 Heavenly General Guards. There are also many female disciples in my sect. All of them are as beautiful as flowers and have outstanding talent. There are suitable ones among the Heavenly General Guards. It doesn't matter if you don't have dragon blood. The essence blood of the dark sky tiger is also fine. There are also female disciples in my sect. I'll just casually ask for some essence blood. Instantly, the surroundings became lively. Many elders had their eyes fixed on the 18 Heavenly General Guards. If they could pull those extraordinary youths into their sect, they would have profited greatly. Moreover, they would be able to obtain such a great betrothal gift. It could be said that they had profited greatly. Go! The beautiful woman of the 100 Flowers Gate glared at the experts who were making a fuss. Then she turned to Du Xiaofu and said, Rock Emperor, I promise you one thing. Now, this old woman also has something that I need your help with. Senior, please speak. If it's within my ability, this junior will naturally not decline. Du Xiaofu nodded. Seeing that the 100 Flowers Gate had helped him this time, as long as it was within his ability, he naturally wouldn't decline. The beautiful woman smiled and said, It's not a big deal. In the afternoon, I saw a little girl from the Du family. I think she's called Dian. We hit it off very well. I want to take her as my last disciple and teach her well. She can also inherit my legacy. Rock Emperor, you won't mind this old woman's lack of cultivation, right? This? Du Xiaofu was stunned. He didn't expect the beautiful woman of the 100 Flowers Gate to be talking about this matter. She wanted to take in a disciple from the Du family. The experts of the various major forces were also stunned. They were all a little surprised. Not good. The 100 Flowers Gate is playing dirty. Same in Sword Munchu, an elder's eyes suddenly twitched. The 100 Flowers Gate is too shady. I know that little girl, Dian. She's only 8 years old and has the Phoenix martial vein. She's outstanding and intelligent. A beautiful woman of the heavenly music sex expression changed. She had also met that little girl called Dian during the day and had always remembered her. At their cultivation and age, finding a good disciple was even better than finding a great treasure. Today's update is complete. Chapter 1510. Senior is too serious. If that little girl Dian agrees, it's naturally her fortune. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly and did not object. The 100 Flowers Gate's position in Guangzhou was equivalent to the ancient Heaven Sect's position in the central continent. Du Xiaofu also knew that little girl Du Yan could be considered his niece. Although the current Du family had enough resources to nurture the younger generation. But if Du Yan joined the 100 Flowers Gate, it would be beneficial for her to gain more experience. Whoosh whoosh. And as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, suddenly, many figures flashed and disappeared, causing people to be surprised. A moment later, the Du family was in chaos. One by one, the younger generation of the Du family was directly carried out in their sleep or cultivation. This belongs to my Saman sword sect. Who dares to snatch it from me? Nonsense, my golden spear gate clearly saw it first. Quickly return it to me. Haha, this is my Sky Thunderfort's disciple. No one is allowed to snatch it from me. This belongs to my Snow Wind City. You can leave. My daughter belongs to my Heavenly Music sect. My boy belongs to my Profound Talisman Gate. No one is allowed to snatch him. I will fight to the death with anyone who tries to snatch him. The entire Du family was alarmed. Looking at the chaos everywhere, the various factions were fighting over it, and almost fighting. Mu Jianqin, Mu Qingge, Beili Wuya, Hua Zimo, Yujing Tongxian, and the others were dumbfounded as they watched the experts fighting over their disciples. How were they still the respected and dignified grand elders of their sects? At this moment, when they were fighting over people, they were no different from hooligans. Their mouths were full of vulgarities, and their spittle was flying everywhere. In the end, the younger generation of the Du family that could be found were all carried in the hands of the experts of the various factions. The group of elders would not let go no matter what. They were determined to take the younger generation of the Du family in their arms into their sections. Moreover, they were all experts who wanted to personally take them in as disciples. No matter what, they would not give up. Everyone from the Du family looked at Du Xiaofu, waiting for Du Xiaofu to make a decision. Du Xiaofu hesitated. He didn't think that bringing Kyushu's forces into the Du family would cause such a thing. After pondering for a while, Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly and nodded. Du Xiaofu pondered. The foundation of the younger generation of the Du clan was more or less established. If they could temper themselves in sects like the Saman Sword Sect, Golden Spear Sect, Sky Thunder Fortress, and other sects, it would be beneficial to their cultivation. They would all be taken in as disciples by the experts of those sects, so naturally, they would have plenty of resources to nurture them. Sigh, I've led the wolf into the house, I've led the wolf into the house. Venerable Golden Rock and many experts of the ancient Heaven sect lamented. The juniors of the Du family were all extraordinary. It could be seen from Diu and Du Shui's achievements. The venerated Golden Rock and the others lamented that the ancient Sky sect hadn't made the first move to gain the upper hand. They could only watch as many good seedlings were divided up by the other factions. The banquet finally ended with a fight for disciples, which made people sigh. But in the end, everyone was more happy. The experts of the various major factions were very satisfied. Their old faces were smiling like flowers, as if they had picked up a precious treasure. Then Du Xiaofu also bid farewell to everyone. Tomorrow, he would go to the Divine Light Court to avenge his sect. Mu Jianqin, Mu Qingge, Beili Wuya, Yujing Tongxian and the others wanted to help, but Du Xiaofu refused. He could deal with the Divine Light Court alone. Even if there were experts of the devil religion in the Divine Light Court, Du Xiaofu wasn't afraid at the moment. From Yinlei's primordial spirit, Du Xiaofu learned that there were no experts of the devil religion in the Divine Light Court. The devil religion also didn't take the Divine Light Court too seriously. They were just using each other. Even if there were experts of the devil religion, the devil emperors hadn't replied yet. With the fourth and fifth elders, Du Xiaofu thought that even if there were unforeseen events, they would be able to deal with it. Seeing Du Xiaofu's insistence, Mu Qingge and the others didn't say anything more. They knew very well that with Du Xiaofu's current huge lineup, a small Divine Light Court naturally wouldn't be a problem. At night, the moon was bright in the sky. In the Imperial Palace, there was a ray of light shooting into the sky, channeling the energy of heaven and earth together. This was caused by the grass of immortality and the dark seeker grass, which illuminated the stone city hazy and gorgeous. Tomorrow, you will go to the Divine Light Court, and I will return to my sect. Our battle hasn't been decided yet. When will we continue? At night, on the mountain peak, Hua Zimo's beautiful figure was graceful. Her lotus-colored gauze robe fluttered in the night wind, and her long light red curly hair draped over her back. Under the moonlight, there seemed to be a haze of clouds, as beautiful as a fairy. Yi Piaoling stood straight, his black robe fluttering slightly, his sharp eyes looking at the woman in front of him. Without saying too much, he said, "Next time, I will go to the 100 Flowers Gate." Hua Zimo looked at Yi Piaoling. Her complexion was sparkling like snow, and her eyes were full of charm. She curled her lips and said, "Your president is not as dumb as you. Can't you say a few more words?" "I don't know what to say," Yi Piaoling said seriously. Hua Zimo looked helplessly at Yi Piaoling, and in the end could only smile faintly and say, "Next time then. Remember to come to the 100 Flowers Gate. We have to decide the outcome of our battle." Yi Piaoling's eyes flickered slightly, and there was a slight smile in his sharp eyes. He looked at Hua Zimo and said, "I will definitely go back to the 100 Flowers Gate. My brother is going to pick up the bride, and I am the eldest, so I naturally have to accompany him." "Idiot!" Hua Zimo stared at the black-robed young man in front of her, and there was a slight fluctuation in her eyes. Yi Piaoling raised his eyes and slowly walked towards Hua Zimo. "What are you doing?" Hua Zimo curled her lips, and was secretly stunned. Yi Piaoling did not speak, but his proud thin lips immediately pressed against her delicate red lips. "You!" Hua Zimo wanted to speak, but she could no longer make a sound. She waved her fists, landing on Yi Piaoling's strong shoulders, but she was getting weaker and weaker, and finally her eyes slowly closed. After a long time, the two separated. Hua Zimo's face was full of shyness, and her rosy face was charming. She was originally a soul-sucking woman, but at this moment, she was even more charming and incomparably moving. At this moment, if there were men in the Wanzhou city who saw this scene, their hearts would most likely break, and they would not be able to resist attacking Yi Piaoling. The woman that countless men in the Wanzhou city could not touch, at this moment, was directly eaten by Yi Piaoling. "I won't stay." Yi Piaoling looked at Hua Zimo and said, the proud temperament on his thin lips did not diminish, but his eyes were gentle. "Don't die in the Divine Light Court. Remember to come to the 100 Flowers Gate." Hua Zimo's pearly white teeth slightly opened. She did not want to stay any longer, and her beautiful figure immediately left. "I will definitely go." Looking at the beautiful figure leaving in the night, Yi Piaoling said softly, his eyes firm. "Sigh." There was a sigh, and in the next moment, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared beside Yi Piaoling. He also looked in the direction of the beautiful figure leaving, his hand clutching his chest, his face full of pain, and said, "100 beauties, 1,000 beauties, Hua Zimo, the betrothal gift must be more expensive." Yi Piaoling rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu and did not say anything. "She's not bad, but you have to be careful. After all the men in the Wanzhou city know, I'm afraid they will settle accounts with you." Du Xiaofu ignored Yi Piaoling's rolling eyes. "The woman from the Great Will sect is also not bad, and there's also Ouyang Shuang of the Ouyang family, Yi Zijin of the Yi family, Zhu Shui of the Mysterious Charms sect, and—" Yi Piaoling opened his mouth, but before he finished, he was directly interrupted by Du Xiaofu, who said, "What do you think if I marry all of them back to the Du family? There are so many of them, will they fight?" Yi Piaoling was taken aback, and rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. She said, "I don't know, but you can try. I have to think about this carefully. I can't just casually try." Du Xiaofu said seriously, then stood with his hands behind his back, and disappeared from the mountain peak. Chapter 15:11. Yi Piaoling smiled helplessly and left as well, disappearing into the night sky. The next morning, the morning glow filled the air, illuminating the stone city like a dream. "This is mine. Huang Baiyu, you old fart. If you continue to fight with me, I will not let you off. This belongs to my Golden Spear sect. Don't snatch it, or I won't be polite. Everyone has a share. Old Daoist Chiu, you snatched 3 by yourself? You are not kind. Give us 2, or we will not let you off. Early in the morning, the entire stone city was in chaos. The Yi clan by clan, and the others were politely visited by many experts. It was unknown where they heard the news, but they knew that there were many good seedlings in the entire stone city. How could they hold back and snatch them? The news reached Du Xiaofu's ears. The Yi clan by clan, and the others were all waiting for the Du clan's approval. They wanted to ask for the Du clan's opinion. Du Xiaofu nodded. This matter was beneficial to those little fellows. Those little fellows' roots were in the Stone City. No matter where they went in the future, they would be disciples of the Stone City. There was no need to worry about this. Big brother, how is your recovery? After a while, in the ancient desolate space, Du Xiaofu asked Jin Qinchun, who was taking a lot of elixirs to adjust his breathing. That day at the Great Wheel Sect, the sacred array child Jin Qinchun used the 6 wheels blood-killing array to fight against the terrifying expert of the Great Wheel Sect's ancestor level. However, in the end, he consumed a lot of energy and almost collapsed. It's not a big deal, but I suffered a lot. However, I have the mystic divine pagoda in my hands. That old fart won't end well. Jin Qinchun opened his eyes and withdrew his hand seals. He used the remnant of a mysterious technique to adjust his breathing and recover. His face regained a lot of color. Compared to the time in the ancient desolate space, he had recovered for almost a month. There were no major problems. After that, Du Xiaofu and Jin Qinchun talked about going to the Divine Light Court. They had to take revenge for their sect. That devil religion is very mysterious. We have to be careful. Jin Qinchun reminded him because he was afraid of the mysterious devil religion behind the Divine Light Court. Then he said, You have the seniors of the golden-winged Great Pung Bird clan accompanying you, so I don't need to go. However, I'm refining the 6 wheels blood-killing formation. A trip to the Divine Light Court will be beneficial to my 6 wheels blood-killing formation. Once the 6 wheels blood-killing formation has matured, I can kill that old man from the Great Wheel Sect the next time I see him. Du Xiaofu nodded. Moments later, all the Kyushu forces in the Du family took their leave. We will definitely train hard and become strong. The Du family's younger generation kowtowed and bid farewell to their parents. The youngest was only 4 or 5 years old, and his nose was still running. However, he was already going out to cultivate and join various great sections. Children, go! The old men of the Du clan waved their hands as they watched the departing crowd. Hot tears could be seen in their eyes. Back then, it was so difficult for the members of the Du clan to join the major powers. Now, even if the members of the Du clan didn't come out, they were still being fought over by the major powers in Kyushu. The Du clan was on the rise. Xiaofu, do you really not need us to go to the Divine Light Court? The Venerable Golden Rock asked Du Xiaofu. For this trip to the Divine Light Court, Du Xiaofu had rejected the help of the Profound Talisman sect, the Ancient Heaven sect, and the Mysterious Underworld sect. Du Xiaofu shook his head and rejected their help. He had enough people with him. The Divine Light Court alone was enough for them to sweep through the Divine Light Court. We have to go. The general, Gu Xinyan, Liu Xiao, Wu Kei, and Gui Hua spoke up. They wanted to go to the Divine Light Court to take revenge for the destruction of Tianwu Academy. We want to go too. Some of the nobles who had graduated from Tianwu Academy also wanted to go. All right. Du Xiaofu nodded and didn't refuse. He naturally had to take revenge for Tianwu Academy. The Divine Light Court was majestic and magnificent. It was surrounded by mountains and huge cities. They were like ancient heavenly serpents that coiled across the horizon. It was incomparably majestic and gave people a strong sense of oppression. The mountains overlapped with each other, and the palaces stood tall. It was as if a heavenly palace had descended into the mortal world. The Demon King has gathered a terrifying force around him. He's coming to the Divine Light Court. We're in big trouble this time. In the main hall, an elder trembled. With the current strength of the Divine Light Court, there was no way they could resist such a terrifying force. In just a few years, the Demon King has already reached such a terrifying level. He has gathered so many terrifying forces around him. If I had known earlier, I would have killed him no matter what to prevent future troubles." An old woman's eyes were filled with hatred. She regretted that the Divine Light Court didn't kill the Demon King at all costs. Qing Xingnan sat in the main hall. Her expression was grave and her brows were tightly knitted. She looked at the elders of the Divine Light Court in the main hall with a complicated expression. "I suggest that we hide. With our current strength, there's no way we can resist them. We won't be able to withstand a single blow," Qing Xingnan said. She had seen with her own eyes how terrifying the forces around him were at the Great Wheel Sect. With the current strength of the Divine Light Court, it was no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. "Hide? You're overestimating that kid. If he can find help, can't the Divine Light Court find help as well?" An elder spoke. Then, he asked Xinguang Heavenly Sovereign, who was sitting in the main seat. "Court Master, have the emissaries of the Devil Religion replied? When will they come to help?" "The emissaries of the Devil Religion haven't sent a letter yet, but I believe they will come. With the Devil Religion around, there's no need to fear the golden-winged great rocks," Xinguang Heavenly Sovereign said. But at this moment, his expression was very complicated. Last time, the people of the Devil Religion had assured him that Du Xiaofu would definitely die, and that the golden-winged great rocks wouldn't be able to protect him. But now, not only was the Demon King Du Xiaofu not dead, but he had also returned to the central state in such a strong manner. Woo-woo! Suddenly, the Divine Light Court trembled. The earth shook and the mountains shook. A sharp alarm sounded in all directions, shaking people's souls. Could it be that the Demon King has come so quickly? Everyone in the main hall trembled. That was the alarm of the Divine Light Court, which wouldn't sound unless there was a crisis. Swoosh, swoosh. One by one, the figures in the hall disappeared from the hall. Outside the Divine Light Court, huge cities were connected, and mountains overlapped. Boom! 4 skeletal puppets of the Snake Clan crossed the sky, like giant dragons. There were nearly 10,000 figures in the air, coming with a strong momentum, surging all the way. The creatures in the huge cities below trembled and looked up at the sky, as if doomsday was coming. Blood for blood, blood for blood! Dongli Diao, Lin Weiqi, Tao Yu, and the others crossed the sky, their killing intent surging. Behind them, the disciples of the 7-star hall gathered. They had endured for so many years, so that one day, they could step into the Divine Light Court like this, and pay blood for blood. Activate the formation! In the mountains in front, there was a loud shout, and a large formation was activated. Du Xiaofu, do you really want to force your way into the Divine Light Court? I'm afraid you'll have to pay the price in blood. In the air in front, the voice of Xinguang Heavenly Lord came. Du Xiaofu didn't speak. His purple robe fluttered, wrapped in golden light, and his figure crossed the sky. He waved his hand, and the purple gold heavenly palace swept out, swinging his sword. Boom! This sword was wrapped in mysterious runes. Wherever the sword light passed, the ground cracked, revealing the abyss. The dazzling purple gold runes and light shone brightly, shocking and containing destruction. Rumble! The formation that enveloped the inside and outside of the Divine Light Court was instantly slashed open by the sword. Cracks began to appear, and the terrifying formation directly exploded. The shattered runes filled the sky, the mountains exploded, and the sound was like thunder. In the Divine Light Court, all the living beings were trembling. Breaking the protective formation of the Divine Light Court with a single sword, what kind of divine power was this? Blood for blood, the Divine Light Court shall be destroyed. Kill without mercy! Du Xiaofu shouted, his voice like thunder, causing the disciples of the Divine Light Court to tremble. Even their souls were trembling. Blood for blood, kill! The disciples of the 7-star hall were the first to attack. They attacked with hatred, killing in all directions. Roar! The demonic beast army of the heavenly beast hall instantly shattered the void, trampled on mountains and rivers, and swept across the Divine Light Court. Kill! The 18 heavenly guards, the experts of the World Society, the Huan School, and the young experts of the Du family all attacked together. Revenge for Tianwu Academy! The general, Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, and the others all attacked together, killing in all directions. A great battle was about to break out, and the situation inside and outside the Divine Light Court was tragic. As for Jialo Jiryu, Jialo Keiling, and the others of the golden-winged great rocks, they did not even bother to attack. It was difficult to find a worthy opponent. Six-wheel blood-killing formation! Jin Qi-chun appeared in front of the mountain gate of the Divine Light Court. He summoned the mystic Divine Pagoda and set up the six-wheel blood-killing formation, enveloping many of the supreme-level experts of the Divine Light Court. Old dog Xinguang, it's time for you to pay the price. Purple Lord and Jade Lord blocked Xinguang and attacked, suppressing and killing him with all their might. Gui Che, Guqin Demon, Phantom Tiger King, Divine Ape King, and the others all attacked and killed the supreme-level experts of the Divine Light Court easily. Such a massacre caused the disciples of the Divine Light Court to feel a chill in their hearts. Even their souls were trembling, but they did not even have the chance to escape. I know I'm no match for you, but I must avenge my father's death. The Divine Light Court is also my sect. You must avenge your sect, and I must protect mine. Qing Xingnan walked out, and no one stopped her. Everyone in the Great Wheel sect felt that this woman had a close relationship with Du Xiaofu. The Divine Light Court did not kill my Tianwu Academy. They killed the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall. Today they must pay with their blood. Emperor Cheng's death may have something to do with me, Du Xiaofu said. Du Xiaofu knew that Emperor Cheng was dead. Emperor Cheng had destroyed his own cultivation, so it should not be enough to kill him. Du Xiaofu guessed that Emperor Cheng might have been affected by the destruction of the Stone Dragon Empire, and all of this was related to him. As for the real cause of Emperor Cheng's death, Du Xiaofu did not know. I won't hate you if you give my father a quick death. But you shouldn't have humiliated him, and you shouldn't have saved me. Qing Xingnan's eyes were cold, and her red lips moved slightly. Her voice was faint. The last news she heard from Qing Chao was that her father was forced to destroy his own cultivation, but he was killed by Du Xiaofu in the Golden Dragon Palace. This was a humiliation to her father. The hatred of her family, the hatred of her country, the hatred of her father, and the responsibility of her sect were all on her slender shoulders. Chapter 1512. Facing the purple-robed young man in front of her, she had no choice but to attack. She knew that she could not contend against him, but she could not retreat either. Go ahead. Du Xiaofu did not say anything else. He looked at Qing Xingnan, and the purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand was suffused with purple-gold lightning arcs. Scenes of the past flashed in his mind. Although they had faded, they did not disappear, but they faded again soon after. I will give it my all. Qing Xingnan's eyes were like water, and her hair was glowing. A dazzling light emanated from the surface of her body like a miracle, illuminating her figure like a celestial being. She carried a kind of pressure that was untainted by dust and smoke. At this moment, Qing Xingnan's aura had already reached the initial stage of the martial domain realm. Her aura had greatly surpassed Zhu Shui, Xia Ling, Ming Ronin and the others. In fact, her aura had even surpassed Mu Jianqin, Mu Qingge, Bailey Wuya and the others. She had received all the inheritance of the ancestor of the Divine Light Court, and had the opportunity to grow to a terrifying level. She was the opportunity and hope for the Divine Light Court to rise completely. Sensing Qing Xingnan's aura, Du Xiaofu was also slightly surprised. Putting everything else aside, Qing Xingnan was indeed tyrannical. She was a late bloomer, and should be ranked within the top 10 of her peers in the entire Kyushu. Buzz! A sword appeared in Qing Xingnan's hand. This sword was more powerful than her stone dragon wind and thunder sword. Swish, swish. Qing Xingnan attacked, and she used all her strength. Her eyes were cold, and sword light swept out. Sword chi surged all over her body, turning into rays of divine light. It also carried a kind of elementary sword will, and then enveloped Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. It was not difficult to see that Qing Xingnan had also comprehended a kind of sword will, but it was still somewhat immature and had not fully formed. The sword radiance filled the sky, but Du Xiaofu was not afraid. With a sweep of the purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand, a sword radiance slashed out. It was simple, domineering, and incomparably swift and fierce. It directly destroyed Qing Xingnan's sword radiance. Pff. Qing Xingnan coughed up blood and retreated. Her red lips were stained with blood, and her eyes were filled with astonishment. She knew that she was no match for him, but she did not expect him to be so unstoppable. Divine Sword of Light! Qing Xingnan made his move again. He pinched his fingers together to form a sword seal. In an instant, sword chi surged out. Divine light radiated from his body as streaks of sword chi slashed towards Du Xiaofu. Swish, swish, swish. This terrifying sword radiance attracted the attention of many experts. The sword radiance swept across the sky, blooming brilliantly. Go! Du Xiaofu made his move. The purple-gold heavenly tower flew out of his hand. The roars of dragons, tigers, phoenixes, and tortoises rang out. The purple sword radiance exploded and destroyed the blazing sword radiance. Buzz! Finally, on the purple-gold heavenly tower, a dazzling light directly enveloped the treasured sword in Qing Xingnan's hands. A vast energy burst out and knocked the treasured sword out of Qing Xingnan's hands. In the end, it also directly devoured the sword soul within the treasured sword. Crack, crack! The treasured sword turned into ordinary iron. It could not help but crack, and finally turned into fine powder. Bang! The purple figure was like lightning. He directly landed on Qing Xingnan's body and slapped her down. Pff! Qing Xingnan spat out a mouthful of blood. She immediately flew out of the air and her delicate body fell to the ground below. She stood up shakily. Qing Xingnan's complexion was already deathly pale as she gazed at the purple-robed figure hovering in midair. Her red lips were dripping with blood, but Hua Guang's eyes were still rippling with a soul-stirring power. Faintly, a complicated expression surfaced on his face. It seemed bottomless, ethereal, and far away. Disciples of the Divine Light Court, retreat! A faint voice was heard. Suddenly, a dazzling light seeped out of the void. Two figures were vaguely wrapped in the dazzling light. As the light spread, an old woman and an old man in their 60s appeared in the void. Two extremely powerful auras descended. I've heard of you. The Divine Light Court has been in seclusion since then. We can give you everything. Can you stop and show mercy? The old woman said, looking at Du Xiaofu. Uncle Masters, quickly kill that brat. With the appearance of the old man and old woman, Xinguang Tianzuan, who was being suppressed by Amethyst Tianzuan and Fairy Yu, seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. The Divine Light Court destroyed Tianwu Academy and the 7-Star Hall. Why didn't they show mercy and still want to kill them all? The old woman and old man in front of him were very powerful. They were at the peak of the sealed domain realm. However, Du Xiaofu did not intend to retreat. Glancing at the old dog Xinguang, who was being suppressed by his second Uncle Master and sixth Uncle Master, Du Xiaofu's killing intent surged. The Divine Light Court must be massacred in order to let the fallen heroes of Tianwu Academy and the 7-Star Hall rest in peace. Then there's nothing more to say. We can only attack. The old man's expression suddenly changed. He looked regretful and immediately pounced on Du Xiaofu. The old woman also moved. They attacked together. Bright light shone as they pounced on Du Xiaofu. Two old people joining forces to deal with a junior. How shameless! Do you think I don't exist? A domineering shout rang out. A golden claw print, like a golden thunderbolt, pierced through space and twisted the void. It grabbed the old woman with lightning speed. Bang, bang, the old woman spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Her body was distorted. In the end, the space was torn apart. Her body turned into a bloody mist, and her spirit was destroyed. Uncle Master! Cheng Xingnan cried out in grief. Her heart ached. In the Divine Light Court, that Uncle Master had doted on her very much. The fourth elder, Jialo Yi, appeared in the sky. He had attacked in anger and killed the old woman with a single blow. He looked at the shocked old man and said, "I won't interfere." "Brat, you'll pay with your life!" the old man shouted angrily. He immediately vented his hatred on Du Xiaofu. Monstrous runes surged as he punched at Du Xiaofu. The fist shattered the space. It was as fast as lightning, and Du Xiaofu was directly smashed into pieces. However, Du Xiaofu's shattered body did not spurt out blood. It was just an afterimage left behind by Du Xiaofu's rock of 10,000 miles and rippling carefree steps. Just as the old man's expression changed greatly, and he turned around, a golden figure appeared in front of him. A loud shout, like the roar of a dragon, like the cry of a divine elephant, immediately rang out in his ears. Aoo! At this moment, the entire void rumbled. Countless loud roars echoed in the sky. It was like thunder from the 9 heavens that resounded through the world. The sound waves surged like a tsunami, surging in all directions. It was so shocking that even ghosts and gods would weep and the void would shatter. The sound waves entered everyone's ears and turned into a strange energy for no reason. It made the profound energy in one's body boil uncontrollably. Their spirit was about to explode, and their primordial spirit was about to explode. Pff. This sudden and strange attack made the old man cough up large mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were filled with pain. His primordial spirit and spirit seemed to have suffered heavy injuries, and he almost fell down. Sumeru illusion! Rock descends to the 9 heavens! Hegemonic sword path! Dazzling runes surged and surged, accompanied by all kinds of rune energy ripples. It was like a surging ocean that spread out, shaking the entire sky. Du Xiaofu attacked. He used several powerful techniques in succession, erupting with terrifying power. He wanted to kill a peak-sealed domain realm cultivator. Rumble! The terrifying attacks came one after another. It was like a bomb had been thrown into a calm lake and exploded in deep water, stirring up huge waves. Amidst the dazzling golden light, a huge golden-winged pink figure stood in the sky, looking down at the world and suppressing all directions. The huge power made the surrounding creatures tremble, their eyes filled with pain. Those who were affected by it felt like their bodies were about to explode from the inside out. It was impossible to resist. The old man trembled. He tried his best, but it was to no avail. A chill climbed up from the bottom of his heart, and his soul trembled. Rip! One of the old man's arms was cut off by the purple-gold sword aura. Blood flowed incessantly, and he suffered heavy internal injuries. He was still trying to retreat while being suppressed. However, right when the old man intended to continue retreating explosively, a strange and tall violet-gold figure that was covered in talisman markings and covered in violet-gold arcs of lightning had appeared before the old man like a ghost, and then a strand of exalted pressure descended. Du Xiaofu activated the Thunder Martial Vein and threw a punch. In the most barbaric way, his fist was wrapped in lightning and directly collided with the old man's left fist that was raised in a panic. Bang bang! The low muffled sound was like thunder. Under the shocked gazes of many people around, the old man's fist was directly smashed into pieces. Finally, as his pupils contracted in fear, his entire body collapsed one after another, turning into a bloody mist that bloomed in the air like blood-colored fireworks. Whoosh! The old man's primordial spirit fled, quickly drilling into the void. However, everything was still too late. From Du Xiaofu's glabella, a silver-gold lightning arc swept out, accompanied by an aura that was the nemesis of primordial spirits. It distorted the void and imprisoned the old man's primordial spirit, then shattered it and swallowed it into his glabella. In the blink of an eye, 2 experts of the Divine Light Court were killed in an instant, shocking both inside and outside the Divine Light Court. Bang bang! Under the siege of Purple Lord and Jade Fairy, Xinguang Tianzuan was also seriously injured and vomited blood. Purple Lord's original body was a purple marten. It was not big, but it was domineering and fierce. Jade Fairy set up a formation and used her primordial spirit to attack. Together with Purple Lord, they finally suppressed Xinguang Tianzuan to the brink of death. My life is over. The devil religion has bullied me. My plan has not been completed yet. I can't accept this. Xinguang Tianzuan was unwilling to accept this, and resentment grew in his heart. Second uncle, sixth uncle, spare Xinguang Tianzuan's life, Du Xiaofu said. He felt that Xinguang Tianzuan must have some secrets. Otherwise, why would he secretly target Tianwu Academy? In the end, Purple Lord and Jade Fairy injured Xinguang Tianzuan to the brink of death. In the end, they set up a restriction and spared his life. Qing Xingnan was sad, and her blood rushed to her heart, causing her to vomit blood again. The Divine Light Court had been destroyed. Blood flowed like a river, and there were screams and wails everywhere. Corpses were everywhere. Just kill me. Qing Xingnan looked at Du Xiaofu and said. She no longer had the strength to turn the situation around. She was helpless in the face of all this. The hatred of the country, the hatred of her family, the responsibility of her sect, and the hatred of her father's murder. Only death could free her. Ha, look who I've caught! Du Xiaoyao's voice sounded from afar. She was wrapped in golden light, and her spiritual eyes were revolving. She was holding a fatty in her hand, whose eyes were filled with fear. It was Cheng Chao, the former leader of the Great Lun sect. Big sister, save me! Big sister, quickly beg Du Xiaofu to save me! I don't want to die! Cheng Chao shouted and trembled in fear. He knew that Du Xiaofu was coming to wash the Divine Light Court with blood and was unwilling to leave. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to enter the treasury of the Divine Light Court so that he could live a carefree life. However, he did not expect to fall into the hands of Du Xiaoyao in the end. Third brother! Qing Xingnan's expression changed drastically when she saw this. She had clearly told Qing Chao to leave the Divine Light Court and not stay, but she did not expect Qing Chao to still stay in the Divine Light Court. I found the treasury of the Divine Light Court. This sneaky fellow actually got there first, but he's trapped inside. I wanted to kill this fellow, but he said that he had something important to say and asked me to spare his life. After Du Xiaoyao finished speaking to Du Xiaofu, she kicked Qing Chao hard and said, Say what you just said again. I'll say it. Don't kill me. Cheng Chao trembled in fear. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, You didn't kill my father. It was Dongli Qiwang. I saw him kill my father with my own eyes. He devoured the dragon Qi of the imperial palace of the Stone Dragon Empire and took away the Golden Dragon Imperial Jade Seal. He threatened me and told me to tell my big sister that you killed my father. Cheng Chao paused and continued with a trembling voice. I once accidentally heard from an elder of the Great Will sect that it was Dongli Qiwang who deliberately instigated the relationship between the Stone Dragon Empire and the World Society in order to destroy the Stone Dragon Empire. Dongli Qiwang's goal was to obtain the Dragon Qi of the Imperial Palace of the Stone Dragon Empire. However, that elder did not take me seriously and did not have any scruples. How hateful! I'm telling the truth, I guarantee that I'm not lying. Everything was done by Dongli Qiwang. Spare me, I don't want to die. Du Xiaofu frowned. Although he was a little confused, he roughly understood the situation. No wonder Qing Xingnan said that he killed Emperor Qing. It was Dongli Qiwang who did it. When the Stone Dragon Empire and the World Society met, it was Dongli Qiwang who secretly did it for the sake of the Imperial Palace's Dragon Qi. Perhaps the Imperial Palace's Dragon Qi was the key to Dongli Qiwang's nirvana. Third brother, you disappoint me, PFFF. Qing Xingnan's body trembled. Qing Chao's words struck her as though she was struck by lightning. Her heart trembled and she coughed out blood once again. She had always thought that it was Du Xiaofu who had secretly killed her father. However, she had never thought that it was not only the enmity of killing her father, but also the hatred of destroying her country. Everything was done behind the scenes by the Easternly Crimson Phoenix, who had once seemed to be infatuated with her and had deep feelings for her. What's the point of keeping you alive? You deserve to die. Du Xiaofu's face was gloomy. He thrust out his hand and pierced through space. Bang! Cheng Chao's body was instantly shattered and his soul was destroyed. You haven't killed anyone from the 7-Star Hall or Tianwu Academy. Leave. Du Xiaofu spoke. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to kill Cheng Chao. Qing Xingnan stood on top of a mountain that was in a mess. Blood flowed like a river around her and corpses were strewn all around her. Her dress was dyed red with blood and her eyes were lifeless. In less than half a day, the Divine Light Court was completely annihilated and no longer existed. Not a single expert from the Divine Light Court was able to escape. They were all executed. Chapter 1513. In the Divine Light Court, none of the people from the devil religion that Du Xiaofu was worried about had appeared. Amidst the monstrous blood-fiendish aura, Mei Ling's graceful figure was enchanting. Her bright red dress fluttered, revealing her pure white arms. A powerful devouring power gushed out from her body, absorbing the terrifying remnant souls and blood-fiendish aura that had gathered in this world. The blood vine demon was not to be left behind. The blood vines stretched out all over the sky, devouring the remnant souls and blood energy. It was worth mentioning that after the battle with the Great Wheel Sect, Phantom had already stepped into the demon domain, and the blood vine demon had already reached the Nirvana demon venerable level. Although they were demons, they had walked out of the sealed ancient land, so their physiques were vastly different from other demons. The blood energy and remnant souls were their nourishment. Moreover, Red Spider Lily and the Blood Vine Demon were born with the innate ability to devour remnant souls and blood energy. After the experts of the Divine Light Court were killed, Du Xiaofu did not interfere. The matter of cleaning up the battlefield was handled by the experts of the World Society and the 7-Star Hall. As for the territory of the Divine Light Court, it was also taken over by the experts of the 7-Star Hall and the World Society. There was probably no force in the entire central province that dared to take advantage of the crisis before the world meeting. As for Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger Du, Scarlet Rock, Blue Fantasy, and the others, they had long been searching for the treasury of the Divine Light Court. In the Divine Light Court, a restriction was set up outside a secret chamber. Little brat, what do you want to do? I won't let you go. The devil religion won't let you go either. The devil religion definitely won't let you go. You will die sooner or later. If you let me go, you may still have a chance to live. I can plead for mercy for you in front of the devil religion. In the secret chamber, Xinguang's Skymaster shouted. His body was dripping with blood and he looked miserable. His eyes were filled with deep fear. Speak. Why didn't the devil religion appear this time? Why did they use others to deal with Tianwu Academy? Du Xiaofu asked indifferently. You want to know? It's not that easy. Xinguang Tianzuan sneered. The corners of his mouth curled up. Du Xiaofu, that brat, had something to ask of him. Naturally, Xinguang Tianzuan would not dare to deal with him. He was a wily old fox. How could he not know that if he answered every question, he would die even faster? It doesn't matter. You don't have to say it. If you don't want to do it the easy way, I'll be happy to do it the hard way. Besides, even if you say it, I won't necessarily believe it. Du Xiaofu was still as indifferent as ever. He waved his hand, and a white divine light flashed in his eyes. His expression suddenly became sharp, and a claw mark appeared on Xinguang's Skylord's head. Not long after, Lord Xinguang's face twitched and his mouth twitched. He screamed and his body twitched. His shrill voice echoed in the secret chamber. Half an hour later, Xinguang Tianzuan's body collapsed on the ground. He kept foaming at the mouth and twitching. He was on the verge of death. Du Xiaofu was a little stunned, his expression turning serious. Du Xiaofu learned a lot of things from Xinguang Tianzuan's primordial spirit through the spirit-searching technique. The relationship between the devil religion and the Divine Light Court had been in contact for decades. The Divine Light Court had declined to the point that it was not even a second-rate force. Xinguang Tianzuan had also reached the end of his life. It was with the support of the devil religion that Xinguang Tianzuan's strength had soared, and he had crossed the end of his life. It was also with the secret support of the devil religion that the Divine Light Court was able to secretly grow. As for the two experts at the pinnacle of the sealed domain realm in the Divine Light Court, they could only be regarded as half a member of the Divine Light Court. They were only guardians of the Divine Light Court. Usually, they did not intervene in any of the matters of the Divine Light Court. They would only intervene when the Divine Light Court was in a life and death situation. What shocked Du Xiaofu the most was the two things he learned from Xinguang Tianzuan's mind. The devil religion and the Divine Light Court had a deal. The devil religion secretly supported the growth of the Divine Light Court, and wanted to cultivate it to become the strongest force in the central continent, and even Kyushu. However, the Divine Light Court was secretly looking for people who had thunder martial veins or who could use thunder and lightning for the devil religion. For decades, the Divine Light Court had also searched for countless people and handed them over to the devil religion. However, it seemed that none of them were the people that the devil religion wanted. It was not until a few years ago in the Stone Dragon Empire that the Divine Light Court mentioned the Du household, and then the devil religion took action and captured Du Chang and King Hu. It was rumored that Du Chang and King Hu of the Du household were the people that the devil religion wanted to find the most. They might be the descendants of an originally powerful clan. Du Xiaofu had also heard about the Du household being attacked by a strong enemy. Du Chang and King Hu were captured, and there had been no news of their whereabouts. He did not expect that this matter was related to the devil religion, and that the people who took action were people from the devil religion. Du Xiaofu still remembered King Hu and Du Chang, and his impression of them was not bad. Especially Du Chang, who was the most talented person in the Du household. According to him, the mighty emperor pill that his drunkard father took from Tianwu Academy was consumed by Du Chang. Du Chang's first set of martial techniques was taught to him by his drunkard father. When he saw that his family was besieged by legalism and could not do anything to help, he felt guilty for 17 years. Could it be that the Du family was once a powerful clan? Du Xiaofu was puzzled and pondered. If it was related to the Du household, then it was also related to the Stone City's Du family. The two were originally connected. Du Xiaofu also learned from Xinguang Tianzuan that the Divine Light Court had used the Dark Nether sect to deal with Tianwu Academy because of a legendary item in Tianwu Academy, and it was not the ancient desolate space. Several hundred years ago, Xinguang Tianzuan accidentally found the remains of an ancestor. The remains did not leave behind any inheritance for Xinguang Tianzuan. However, Xinguang Tianzuan learned that Tianwu Academy was not a small academy. During the great calamity of the world, Tianwu Academy was extremely powerful. It was the strongest force in the world, and experts were as common as clouds. However, in the end, the experts of Tianwu Academy died in battle during the great calamity of the world. Their blood splattered all over the world, and their corpses were not recovered. In the end, they fell into the abyss of the world. After a long time, Tianwu Academy fell into the dark forest. However, it was rumored that there was a legendary keepsake in Tianwu Academy. If one could obtain that keepsake, they would be able to open the abyss of the world and obtain the inheritance and treasures of the experts of Tianwu Academy, becoming the strongest existence in the world. However, when the Dark Nether sect destroyed Tianwu Academy, they did not manage to find the keepsake in Tianwu Academy. Therefore, Xinguang Tianzuan suspected that the keepsake had fallen into his hands. He wanted to find the keepsake and obtain the inheritance of the strongest experts of Tianwu Academy. Who? After obtaining this information from Xinguang Tianzuan's primordial spirit, Du Xiaofu was shocked. After a long time, he took in a deep breath and calmed himself down. Du Chang and Hu Wangwang had also fallen into the hands of the devil religion. The Du clan might have some history and seemed to be related to the devil religion. Tianwu Academy was also passed down from ancient times. Back then, it was the strongest existence in the world. It definitely did not fall into decline. Devil religion, what are you trying to do? Du Xiaofu's eyes turned cold. His master, Xiao Fenglei, Du Chang, and Hu Wangwang had all fallen into the hands of the devil religion. The three of them had a common trait, and that was that they were all related to lightning. Du Chang and Huang Wan had lightning martial veins, while his master had spiritual lightning. There was also his master, Tianwu Academy. Du Xiaofu thought about it. Other than the desolate ancient space, he did not seem to have any keepsake left behind. Could it be? Du Xiaofu, who was deep in thought, took out a Qianquan bag. It was the Qianquan bag that Vice Principal Zhuge had left behind for him back in Tianwu Academy. Previously, when his clothes were destroyed by the great earth-crumbling thunder, Du Xiaofu's Qianquan bag was related to Tianwu Academy. He had kept it in the desolate ancient space all this while and had even managed to escape a calamity. Could it be this item? Du Xiaofu was suspicious. He tried to test it, but in the end, Du Xiaofu was still unable to open the Qianquan bag and could only give up. Du Xiaofu also suspected that the information that Xinguang Tianzuan had received was just a rumor. It might not be true. The truth of this matter still needed to be investigated. Perhaps there would be a day when the truth would be revealed. However, in the depths of his heart, Du Xiaofu still believed that Tianwu Academy was not simple. From the words of the soul seed in the desolate ancient space, it was possible that the principal of Tianwu Academy, the previous owner of the desolate ancient space, was still alive in this world. He had not died and was just trapped somewhere. There are so many secrets in this world. Du Xiaofu sighed and kept the Qianquan bag that Vice Principal Zhuge had left behind. Just in case, he kept it in the desolate ancient space. Brat, how dare you search my primordial spirit? I won't let you off. Xinguang Tianzuan regained his breath and shouted ferociously. He fell to the ground and glared at Du Xiaofu with hatred. After his primordial spirit was searched, even if he was still alive, he would not be able to make any significant progress. Old dog, killing you is too easy for you. Remember that old dog Yin Thunder? He tried to kill me last time. Do you know what happened to him? Du Xiaofu kicked Xinguang Tianzuan viciously. His eyes looked like they were smiling, but they were not. What happened to him? Xinguang Tianzuan screamed and could not help but ask. Looking at Du Xiaofu's faint smile, he felt his hair stand on end. Don't worry, he is not completely dead. His strength has increased a lot. Have you heard of using a living person to make a puppet? The stronger one is, the stronger the puppet will be, Du Xiaofu said with a smile. A martial domain realm Xinguang Tianzuan was definitely the best material to make a puppet. I beg you, don't do it. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Xinguang Tianzuan's face turned pale. Despair filled his heart. His pupils shrank and he screamed. 3 days later, Du Xiaofu walked out of the desolate ancient space with a smile on his face. Xinguang Tianzuan had turned into a puppet and was named Xinguang Puppet by Du Xiaofu. After leaving the secret chamber, Du Xiaofu saw Master Apothecary Yi Wuming, Big Sister Du Xiaoman, Second Brother Du Yunlong, Han Xian, Meng Laikai, General and others in the main hall of the Divine Light Court. Knowing that the matter of the Divine Light Court had been dealt with, the mysterious Flood Dragon King and other disciples of the Seven-Star Hall had led the army and almost wiped out the remnants of the Divine Light Court. Chapter 15-14. It's time to clean up the forces that used to follow the Great Will sect. There's also time to clean up the lands of the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect. In the main hall of the Divine Light Court, Yi Wuming had a smile on his face. The world society had risen and was no longer a pushover. Let the Ancient Heaven sect and the Profound Talisman sect clean up the places of the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect. Du Xiaofu pondered. Although the Spirit Heaven Valley and the Sky Snake sect had suffered great losses, they still had some top experts who had yet to be annihilated. From the words of the few ancestor-level experts who had escaped, Du Xiaofu could tell that the Sky Snake sect and the Spirit Heaven Valley each had even more powerful experts. Therefore, it would be more reassuring to leave them to the Mysterious Talisman sect and the Ancient Heaven sect. Moreover, the Profound Talisman sect and the Ancient Heaven sect should also be rewarded for what they did to the Great Will sect. Du Xiaofu didn't want to take it all for himself. Then Du Xiaofu added, "Inform the profound underworld sect as well." "Understood." Di Yunlong nodded. He understood what Du Xiaofu meant. The profound underworld sect was extremely smart this time. They should do something when it was time. Don't let any of the small forces that followed the Great Will sect go. Clean them up. Du Xiaofu spoke as a wisp of frightening coldness flashed past his eyes, causing the hearts and souls of everyone in the hall to tremble for no reason. Du Xiaofu wasn't worried that those forces would start a prairie fire if they weren't thoroughly cleaned up. With the current strength and development of the world society, those remaining forces wouldn't be able to do anything. However, if those forces weren't cleaned up, they might pose a threat to the future disciples of the world society and the Du family. "I will personally take care of this matter." Di Yunlong nodded. "Oldie." Du Xiaofu looked at Master Apothecary Yi Wuming and smiled. "At the beginning of the World Summit, I said that as long as Elder Yi was willing, I would personally conquer 10 empires for you. After the Stone Dragon Empire, conquering a few empires wouldn't be a big deal. But now we can do it." Master Apothecary Yi Wuming stared at Du Xiaofu. Back then in the dark forest, the purple-robed youth before him was still young and immature. He had yet to hone his skills. The memory of Du Xiaofu dragging him to join the World Society as a consecrator was still vivid in his mind. But back then, how could he have imagined that a newborn calf who wasn't afraid of tigers would rely on his courage to walk step by step to reach where he was today? In the Great Lune sect, Kyushu had come to help and experts from all over the world had gathered. Since ancient times, he didn't know if there would be anyone like this in the future. But at least as far as he knew, this was unprecedented. After a while, Master Apothecary smiled. A faint golden brilliance flickered in his deep eyes. He curled his lips and said, "Could it be that you want to use those 10 small empires to dismiss this old man and kick me out of the World Society?" In the main hall, many experts smiled when they heard this. But they were all shocked. In the entire World Society, even in the entire Kyushu, there weren't many people who dared to address this purple-robed youth as "kid" to his face. This also proved Master Apothecary Yi Wuming's position in the World Society and in the purple-robed youth's heart. Du Xiaofu stood up. Under everyone's gaze, he bowed to Master Apothecary Yi Wuming and said seriously, "Even if there comes a day when old medicine is no longer in the World Society, I will always see old medicine as my elder. The desolate country, the World Society, and the Heavenly Beast Hall, old medicine's presence will be the same as my presence. Kid, you are the dignified president of the World Society, the emperor of the desolate country, and the lord of the Heavenly Beast Hall. You should be dignified." Old medicine asked Du Xiaofu to sit down. He didn't say anything else, but the golden brilliance in his eyes was a little moist. He knew that he didn't misjudge this time. If it wasn't for this purple-robed youth, he, Yi Wuming, wouldn't be where he was today. Therefore, in the following days, the World Society, the desolate country, and the Heavenly Beast Hall's army left a trail of blood wherever they went. They killed with iron and blood, eliminating countless forces. With the World Society's experts taking action, the remaining experts of the various forces were killed. Then, the army arrived and destroyed everything. The entire land of Kyushu had huge implications and was filled with turbulent undercurrents. Everyone was in a state of panic. Some were uneasy, and some were afraid. The news of the Great Will Sect's Sky Alliance's defeat in the Middle State had already spread like wildfire. Some people knew that the World Society would most likely go through a purge and settle scores with the various forces. However, they didn't expect the World Society to do it with such great fanfare. They purged the various forces to such an extent in front of everyone. It was a complete massacre. They killed along the way. During this period of time, Du Xiaofu returned to the Stone City and had a rare moment of leisure. Most of the younger generation of the Du family had been taken away by the various forces. Du Xiaofu accompanied Su Muxin from the Hahuan school, Jialo Keiling, Jialo Jiuyu from the Golden Rock clan, Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, and the others to wander around. Du Xiaofu and the others also appeared in the famous ancient places of the Middle State from time to time and wandered around. Although Du Xiaofu was outside, he soon received news that the World Society had almost wiped out the various forces that followed the Sky Alliance in the Middle State. The Heavenly Guards and Moon Shadow Hall were searching for those who had escaped in advance. They worked together with the spies of the Xianming sect, the Xuanfu sect, the Ancient Heavens sect, and other forces. They had a rough idea of where they were hiding. The desolate nation and the World Society had already sent people to take charge of the surrounding areas. The restless people calmed down immediately, and gradually calmed down. The desolate nation's army also didn't harass the ordinary people. Some empires and the desolate nation also started to take charge. They purged the originally complicated forces and killed the royal families that followed the Sky Alliance in the Middle State. Other than the elderly, the weak, women, and children, they didn't leave anyone alive. Countless palaces were stained with blood. Originally, the people in the Middle State were still discussing. After all, the royal families had different statuses. The World Society might not kill them all. Even if they really wanted to kill them, they would do it secretly. However, no one expected the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, to have no scruples. He didn't hide and directly killed the royal families. The Demon King's name always gave people a feeling of ferocity. At this moment, the Middle State knew that the Demon King was not only ferocious, but also ruthless and decisive. Whoever offended him was courting death. The Great Loon sect, the Sky Snake sect, and the Spirit Sky Valley were the best examples. The recent changes were called Ping Descends to the World by the later generations. Someone calculated that in just a few days, the desolate nation alone had killed more than 100 royal families in the Middle State. How terrifying was that? This was a ruthless killing that made people tremble in fear. The desolate nation's World Society's toughness and ruthlessness told the entire Middle State that the desolate nation had risen and the World Society was no longer the same as before. All in all, these follow-up matters were more troublesome than directly attacking the four sides. They also caused a great disturbance. However, in the face of the desolate nation's absolute strength, everything went smoothly and there were no obstructions. Although some people were in fear and trepidation, they gradually calmed down. Half a month later, Du Xiaofu returned to the Stone City after traveling around the Middle State. He saw the Master Apothecary, Yi Wuming, and his elder brother, Jin Qinchun, and the others. Most of the other experts of the World Society were still guarding the four sides and arranging the follow-up matters. This is the collection of treasures. There are quite a lot of them. In the Stone City Palace, Du Xiaofu was brought to a vast underground palace. Around him were talisman arrays set up by the sacred array child, Jin Qinchun. There were spiritual herbs, martial arts techniques, cultivation methods, secret bones, refining materials, and various other cultivation resources. They were piled up like mountains. Among them, there were many heavenly treasures that even Du Xiaofu would be interested in. These were all collected during the cleansing. The Master Apothecary, Yi Wuming, smiled. This mountain of treasures was probably comparable to the Ancient Heaven sect and the Mysterious Talisman sect. Du Xiaofu also smiled. The harvest was great, enough to support the desolate nation for many years. It's time to do something new. This time, we have obtained many lands and empires. We can take them all to the desolate nation, connect them to the dragon veins and gather the dragon chi from all directions. We can use the power of faith of billions of people to transform it into dragon chi. Then, we can cultivate the emperor technique, Jin Qichun said to Du Xiaofu. Although he was always fooling around and did not act like a big brother, he had always been considerate of Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu had long known about the benefits of the Imperial Palace's dragon chi. He had also received the support of the Imperial Palace's dragon chi. However, it is a little difficult now. The Central Province's 8,000-li-long river separates the Central Province from the millions of mountains. It is too difficult to connect to the dragon veins. This is also the reason why the Ancient Heaven sect did not make a big fuss over the empires here. However, it is not impossible. With the desolate nation's current resources and wealth, I can try my best to cross the 8,000-li-long river. Jin Qinchun smiled faintly, showing off and showing off. However, As he finished speaking, his expression gradually turned serious as he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "The biggest problem is that there are too many dragon veins connected to various places. If we succeed, I don't know what will happen exactly. I'm afraid no one in this world knows either. However, I can be sure that you are the desolate nation's emperor. If you want to connect to the dragon veins, everything that happens will affect you. The imperial palace's dragon chi is the most strict. It comes from heaven and earth and is controlled by heaven and earth. If you are not fated to succeed, you might explode and die." Jin Qingchun was not exaggerating. What he said was the truth. Jin Qingchun was not the first person to think of connecting to the dragon veins in all directions. Since ancient times, countless ambitious people had tried. However, in the end, they all brought it upon themselves. The emperor of the human realm was different from the emperor of cultivation. To become the emperor of a nation, one needed luck and the emperor's personality. Some experts, such as martial saints or martial domain cultivators, were strong. However, they could only absorb the imperial palace's dragon chi for their own use. They could never become the emperor of cultivation and control the golden dragon jade seal to gather luck. The emperor of cultivation and the golden dragon jade seal were connected to the dragon veins. Ordinary people could not touch them, let alone touch them. Chapter 15:15. This had nothing to do with one's strength. The ruler of the mortal world had his own personality. If his personality wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to become the ruler of the mortal world. Of course, when one's cultivation reached a monstrous level, it wasn't impossible to change one's body and forcefully create the personality of a ruler. However, experts who could reach that level would be able to comprehend some heavenly secrets and see through the general trend. They would understand that going against the heavens wasn't a good thing. Moreover, after reaching such a monstrous level of cultivation, a mere ruler of the mortal world wouldn't be worthy of their attention. There are some things that I have to try. Du Xiaofu didn't hesitate and gathered the dragon veins from various places. No matter what would happen, he would only know after trying. If he didn't try, it wouldn't be his personality. In the back mountain of the Du family, night fell. In the distance, the grass of immortality and dark seeker grass shone, illuminating the stone city like a dream. "I have to be busy for some time," Du Xiaofu said to Su Muxin. "Ru Meng and Kuang Ru have already returned. I should also return to Hehuan's school." Su Muxin nodded. Under the moonlight, she was absolutely beautiful. Du Xiaofu was speechless and felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward. For some reason, in front of Su Muxin, he felt that something was wrong and his heart was beating faster. "You know about the matter between you and Miss Qingqing?" After a while, Su Muxin broke the awkwardness. Under her curled eyelashes, there was a faint natural charm in her eyes. On her face, there was a slight blush under the moonlight, and it was a little hot. She didn't know why her face was a little hot, but when she thought of everything that happened after the illusion on Tianhuang mainland, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. He might already know about it, but he could still act as if nothing had happened. "Matter? What matter?" Du Xiaofu was stunned and a little confused. Then he smiled, thinking that Su Muxin was asking about his relationship with Dongli Qingqing. He said shamelessly, "She is my woman. No matter what her relationship with the Great Will sect is, she is still my woman. When I am done, I will go and find her. Looks like you already know." Su Muxin looked at Du Xiaofu. There was a complicated look in her eyes, but she still carried a soul-stirring charm, as if her allure was natural. Her voice was also soft and charming. Gritting her teeth, Su Muxin continued, "What happened between us was not consensual. I will treat it as if it never happened. You are not allowed to mention it again. Also, treat Miss Qingqing well." With that, Su Muxin turned around and left. The moment she turned around, a complicated expression that was hard to detect quietly appeared on her face. Her clear eyes were blurred and uncertain, covered with a serene and elegant shadow. They had lost their original color and seemed to be bottomless. What do you mean by that? Nothing is voluntary. Du Xiaofu was flabbergasted and confused. When he came back to his senses and wanted to ask for clarification, Su Muxin had already disappeared. In the end, he could only smile bitterly. The moonlight hung high in the sky, covering the mountains with a white veil. In a certain part of the world, a valley was dark and gloomy. It was so dark that even the moonlight could not dilute it. At the bottom of the valley, in the middle of a deep valley, there was a huge rock that was connected to the moonlight. It was extremely mysterious. A golden-haired young man in a red robe was lying quietly on the rock. There was a bloody hole between his eyebrows, but no blood flowed out. This was because the blood had already dried up. There was no life in his body, only a lifeless skeleton. This skeleton was full of scars, but it was not incomplete. If there were people from the Great Lun sect here, they would be shocked. This was the skeleton of Dongli Qiwang, who had disappeared from the Great Lun sect. At this moment, it had appeared in this mysterious and gloomy valley. A young man stood in front of the rock. He wore a loose robe and looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. He was tall and had an extraordinary aura. He was none other than Xinyan, who had risen to power in the Profound Talisman sect. You're dead, but you're alive as well. I thought you could only become an ordinary walking corpse and cultivate your own intelligence, but you wouldn't be perfect. However, Du Xiaofu used the power of lightning to kill you. That means you weren't destined to die. The power of lightning is destructive, but it also contains new life. I can give you a second life, an undying life, and allow you to undergo the nirvana process. You'll become my most perfect creation. Kakik. Hee. Xinyan sneered. His laughter was gloomy, and it was completely different from his aura. It eerily echoed in the deep valley. Chi. Suddenly, countless pairs of eyes opened in all directions in the deep valley. They released a terrifying light in the night sky. Rumble. In the night sky, above the deep valley, the wind and clouds suddenly surged, and black clouds covered the moon. Aoo. Xinyan's robe fluttered, and his body was wrapped in black fog. He opened his mouth and roared. Two fangs with blood-red light were revealed. His eyes were also filled with strange runes that made one's heart palpitate. In the end, he bit Dongli Qiwang's neck. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. At this moment, it was as if a peerless demon had been born. However, there was no one within a radius of 10,000 miles. No one knew. The next morning, outside the Du family, Du Xiaofu sent off Su Muxin and the others. We're leaving. Come back to Hehuan School when you're free. Don't forget that you're the Hehuan School's supervisor. The smiling Rakshasa, Tang Miling, spoke. She had a thin layer of makeup on her face, and the corners of her eyes were full of lust. She was born to be able to seduce men. Supervisor, we'll be leaving first. Jijian bade farewell and bowed. Her lips were like cherry blossoms, and her spirit was like autumn water. Her temperament was ethereal and elegant. After that, everyone from Hehuan School left, and Du Xiaofu waved goodbye. They're all not bad. How good would it be if they could stay in the Du family and spread their branches? Du Junwu's face was filled with reluctance, then he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Xiaofu, you're not young anymore. Your father already had you when he was this old. You should now consider the matter of spreading your branches and leaves. These girls are all pretty good. I heard that there's also that Dong Li Qing from the Great Lun sect. She already has a relationship with you, right? If so, our Du family should prepare some betrothal gifts earlier, and not lose our manners. Or you can look at Miss Ouyang, who is also very good. Miss Zijin is also not bad, and I also like Miss Zhu Shui from the Profound Talisman sect very much, and there's also a girl from the Bai family, which is also fine. Oh right. The Ancient Heavens sect also seems to have a Miss Muhan. It's a pity that she's your senior brother's daughter, but we martial artists don't care about trifles. Xiaofu, where are you going? I haven't finished yet. Miss Ouyang, why are you running? If you're willing, I'll talk to old Master Ouyang. What do you think? Zijin girl, why are you running away too? If you're interested, I'll talk to your father about it. Sigh. Why are they all running away? It's not easy being an elder. In the end, outside the Du family's gate, Du Jinwu was very helpless and depressed. He felt that it was not easy being an elder. He had no dignity at all. In the following days, Du Xiaofu and Jin Qingchuan's figures disappeared from the Du family and appeared in many places in the central state. On the other hand, the Du family was very lively. Although many of the Du family's juniors were taken away, there were still some who were too young. For example, Du Xiaoba, Du Dezhuang, and Du Xiaozhuang. At first, the Du family felt that something was wrong, so they were directly hidden away. Only then did they escape the calamity of the major forces snatching them away. That was why they were still in the Du family. And these days, these brats had their eyes on Jialo Juekong, Jialo Jueyu, and the others. Originally, Jialo Jueyu and the others naturally did not care much about humans. Even if Du Xiaofu was the young clan leader, that was because he had the blood of the great Golden Wing Ping in his body and cultivated the great Golden Wing Ping's cultivation technique. However, after coming into contact with Du Xiaoba and the other brats, not to mention Jialo Jueyu, even the fourth elder and the fifth elder were shocked. Those brats were too terrifying. Their talent was comparable to the pure-blooded young of the great Golden Wing Ping clan. The strange thunder martial vein in their bodies was even more terrifying. Once they grew up, there would be a day when any one of these brats would be able to shake the world. Therefore, for Du Xiaofu's sake, everyone was extremely shocked. They wanted to see the potential of those brats. Jialo Jueyu and the others tried their best to guide those brats because their bloodline souls were also great Golden Wing Ping birds. Especially Du Xiaoba, the blood essence he used to build his foundation was Jialo Jueyu's blood essence. Jialo Jueyu felt this as soon as he arrived at the Du family. Du Xiaoba, that brat, could also feel it directly. Therefore, he automatically pestered Jialo Jueyu. In the end, that brat Du Xiaoba succeeded in becoming Jialo Jueyu's disciple. This made the entire Du family extremely happy. Back at the Great Will Sect, Jialo Jueyu was able to send Dongli Qiwang flying with one move. This news had long been spread to the Du family. Moreover, he was a legendary expert of the great Golden Wing Ping bird clan. How could the Du family not be happy that Du Xiaoba could become the disciple of such a young expert? Time passed slowly. Originally, there was a legend in the Divine Light Court recently. Someone saw a beautiful woman sitting on a mountain peak for more than a month. No one disturbed her. Sometimes she would laugh, sometimes she would cry. In the end, for some unknown reason, that beautiful woman's hair was as white as snow. Her entire body was covered in divine light, causing strange phenomena in the world. Black thunder descended, shocking everyone. Finally, she left in laughter. Someone recognized that beautiful woman. She seemed to be Qing Xingnan of the Divine Light Court. After a full month, on a certain day, a golden light suddenly shot up into the sky from the stone city of the desolate country. Rumble! At this moment, within the 8,000 miles of Central Province, the tides rose and fell. Stormy waves rose and fell. Within the empires and major forces that had been purged by the desolate country, thunder rumbled. Winds rose and clouds surged. Strange phenomena appeared. In the vast territory that the desolate country now controlled, terrifying runes soared into the sky and connected with the heavens. There was a profound mystery between them. Chapter 15-16. Connect the dragon veins! In the depths of the desolate country's palace, bright runes shot up into the sky and shook the entire stone city. Thunder roared and the earth shook. Boom! A terrifying rune-light pillar shot up into the sky from the depths of the desolate country's palace. It spanned across the dark forest and 8,000 miles of the central region's long river, resonating with the dazzling runes. Immediately, many terrifying scenes appeared in the clear sky. The mountains and rivers shook and the earth shook. Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. The terrifying pressure that filled the air made all living beings tremble in fear. This was the power of heaven and earth. The pressure of heaven and earth had descended. "Look, that's the Rock Emperor!" someone exclaimed in the terrifying vision. In the depths of the desolate country's palace, a purple-robed youth appeared. He held a golden longsword and was surrounded by dragon roars. Roar! The golden longsword was surrounded by the image of a golden dragon. The golden light was like a rising sun, giving off a mysterious and ancient aura. It seemed to affect the heavens and earth, resonating with the heavens and earth. It formed a powerful and majestic pressure that spread throughout the entire desolate kingdom. Rumble! At this moment, the entire world rumbled and trembled. Endless energy filled the sky and then distorted the space. Finally, under the shocked gazes of countless people, the shadow of a golden dragon coiled above the stone city of the desolate country, almost covering the entire stone city. At this moment, the world was filled with mighty power. In the sky above the various empires and forces that had been conquered by the desolate country, strange visions appeared. The scene in the desolate country's stone city appeared in the sky. It was so shocking that billions of people could see it from afar. It was like a mirage. Roar! At the same time, dragon roars were heard from all directions. Countless golden dragon shadows appeared above the empires and forces that had been conquered by the desolate country. The dragon roars shook the sky. A total of 107 golden dragon shadows soared into the sky with shocking power. The earth-shattering dragon roars also resounded between heaven and earth. 107 golden dragon shadows swept across the sky as if they had traversed time and space. Finally, they appeared above the desolate country's stone city. 107 golden dragon phantoms circled around the golden dragon above the stone city, filling the sky. The group of dragons raised their heads, and the visual impact was unparalleled. Moreover, their might shook the heavens and the earth and caused all living beings to prostrate themselves before them. At this moment, the entire central state was greatly affected. Tides rose and fell everywhere, and mountains and rivers were in turmoil. Ancient Heaven Sect, Profound Talisman Sect, Profound Underworld Sect, Immeasurable Sect, Huijian Sect, Xiandu Gate, Great Luan Sect, Spirit Heaven Valley, and Heavenly Snake Sect. Familiar old figures appeared in the sky. Their faces were filled with shock as they began to calculate with their fingers. They looked towards the direction of Stone City where a dragon's image appeared. Heavenly might pervaded the air as golden light rushed into the sky. Constructing the dragon veins of the various countries and borrowing the chi of heaven and earth should be the work of the prodigy of the Holy Array, Jin Qin Chun. This person is truly a genius of heaven and earth. Inside the Ancient Heaven Sect, the Heavenly Phoenix Domain Master spoke with a shocked expression. It must be because Du Xiaofu wants to unify the dragon veins. He wants to gather the dragon veins of all the countries and gather the dragon chi of all the countries into his body. What an audacious brat! The Ancient Moon Domain Master spoke with a shocked expression. He was no less shocked than the Heavenly Phoenix Domain Master. Gathering the dragon veins of all the countries can only be done by deities, sages, and supreme beings. Du Xiaofu, that demon king, can he really succeed? Inside the Immeasurable Sect, the figure of an old monk appeared in the sky. His eyes were flickering with Buddhist light. One is a genius of heaven and earth, and the other is audacious. Can they really succeed? In the depths of the Great Luan Sect, an old woman appeared in the sky. She looked forward with a solemn expression. He will definitely succeed. Dongli Qingqing spoke. She stood there like a spirit, full of vitality. Her beautiful face carried a slight smile like a flower blooming in summer. That brat has actually gained the approval of the golden-winged Great Pink Bird clan. Even I can't see through all of it. It's really incredible. If he was placed in the 9 great clans, he would at least be in the upper echelons. The old woman frowned slightly. Then, she looked at Dongli Qingqing and said, Although that brat is not bad, you should know the responsibility on your shoulders when you are not in love. You might not be fated with him in this life. There are many women around him, and you will not be one of them. Don't make a mistake while it's still early. Dongli Qingqing hesitated. She bit her red lips and said, Master, I believe that Xiaofu is not that kind of person. Don't deceive yourself. You know better than me whether he has women around him or not. You bear the responsibility. If you want to be with him, do you think he has the strength to compare with your clan at its peak? The old woman looked at Dongli Qingqing and said, He will definitely be able to do it in the future. Dongli Qingqing said to the old woman, When Master asked Dongli Qiwang to act, didn't you want to test him? He has proven himself. He has the potential. Potential. The old woman's eyes moved. She sighed and said, He does have potential, but it is only potential. Potential can sometimes be lost prematurely. Even if he can grow to that level, how long will it take? 1,000 years? 10,000 years? Back then, your clan was so powerful. So many years of foundation, but in the end, it disappeared. How powerful is your enemy? Even if he can grow to that level in the end, I'm afraid it won't be of much use. You don't have time to wait. If you have him in your heart, you should forget him. Dragging him into this vortex will only harm him. The old woman paused slightly. She continued to say to Dongli Qingqing, In the Great Lun sect, there is an important item left behind by your clan. Focus on cultivation. It can help you reach a higher level. I heard that the divine domain should be opening soon. At that time, it will be your chance, a rare chance. Everything has been waiting for this day. Dongli Qingqing wanted to say something, but she stopped. Finally, she murmured, Will I really harm him? Ao. Above the stone city, dragon roars could be heard all around. Golden dragon phantoms filled the sky and roared at the golden dragon that was crossing the stone city. They were ferocious and ferocious, as if they wanted to resist and suppress the golden dragon. A terrifying aura was released, causing countless people to gasp. The new imperial seal is completed. The dragon vein is sealed. The desolate country's great fortune is bestowed by the heavens. Boom! A domineering voice was heard. Du Xiaofu's purple robe fluttered. His body was wrapped in golden light. He stepped into the air and finally appeared on the head of the largest golden dragon in the stone city. The tyrannical shadow imperial seal in his hand was covered in golden light. Boom! Du Xiaofu's body was also filled with light. It was connected to the tyrannical shadow and resonated with the heavens and earth. Ao. The 107 golden dragons roared and shook the clouds. They distorted the void and contained a mysterious power. Endless fate blended with the heavens and earth. It was as if they could resonate with the heavens and earth. They formed a powerful and majestic force that suppressed Du Xiaofu. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The heavens and earth cracked. It was as if a great calamity was coming. Under such a terrifying aura, all living creatures trembled. Countless people turned pale and their bodies trembled. I am the human emperor. Are you not convinced? Du Xiaofu shouted. His voice was deafening and suppressed the dragon roars. Mysterious runes started to flash and covered his body. A magnificent and desolate aura spread out from his body. At that moment, the thunder martial vein covered his body. A domineering killing aura rippled in the sky. An aura that made one's soul tremble made all living creatures fearful and unable to resist. Rumble! At the same time, silver-gold electric arcs swept out from between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows and filled the sky. The silver-gold electric arcs overflowed, and a majestic and supreme aura filled the sky. Finally, fear appeared in the eyes of the 107 golden dragons. Under the magnificent and desolate aura and supreme aura, they did not dare to get closer. Du Xiaofu stood proudly on the head of the golden dragon that spanned across the stone city. He was like a peerless overlord who had descended. A terrifying aura gathered. That was the supreme aura of the heavens and earth. It was as if the supreme being of the heavens and earth had arrived in person. The 107 golden dragon phantoms roared, and fear appeared in their eyes. In the end, they actually began to prostrate themselves before Du Xiaofu with trembling and fearful eyes. This guy is really sick. He can make so many dragon veins prostrate themselves. In the void above the Du family, Jiao Kailing's beautiful eyes flowed with golden light. She was very surprised. This is not strange. The dragon veins in the human world come from the heavens and earth. They have a strict hierarchy. In front of gods, sages, and supreme beings, they will submit. The young clan leader is a supreme being, and not an ordinary one. He can bear the great fortune of the heavens and earth. Jialo Jiu said. Good lad, this is heaven-defying. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not believe it, the third elder said. He was also shocked. He had never heard of such a shocking thing. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not believe it. Suppress. Du Xiaofu shouted. The purple-gold electric arcs in his eyes were like the purple-gold sun, overlooking the human world. In the domineering aura of the Supreme Being, he stepped on the golden dragon and used the tyrant shadow in his hand. Walala. The golden sword whip was like a golden rainbow that pierced through space. It spread out in a ring around the stone city. Everywhere it passed, the space suddenly collapsed with a walala sound. It pierced through the 107 golden dragon shadows, and the rolling golden light was immediately devoured by the sword. At this moment, the golden dragon shadow under Du Xiaofu's feet was still expanding. It spanned across space and time, covering 8,000 miles in the sky. It appeared on the millions of lands connected to the barren country's dragon veins. Billions of creatures looked as if they had seen a miracle. The land of my descent is united as the barren country. From now on, anyone who offends the barren country will be killed, no matter how far away they are. The golden dragon shadow appeared on millions of lands. Du Xiaofu held the tyrant shadow in his hand and spoke. His voice was like a dragon's roar, shaking the 9 heavens. From the heaven and earth, golden light descended. A mysterious and mighty force seeped out from the heaven and earth. In the end, it gathered and enveloped the purple-robed youth. The golden dragon's shadow circled around him, as if it was the ruler of the world. Chapter 15-17. Greetings to the new emperor! Countless people knelt down across the vast land. Under the might of the emperor, they could not help but tremble. On this day, the desolate country expanded its territory. A strange phenomenon descended upon the entire Middle State, and was recorded in the annals of history. When the news spread, Kyushu was shaken. The desolate country's name resounded throughout Kyushu. It was said that from that day onwards, the imperial palace's dragon she covered the entire stone city of the desolate country. It did not dissipate for 7 days and 7 nights. The dragon's roar lingered in the city for 7 days. The desolate country was once again sealed. Of course, the sacred array prodigy Jin Qinchun had long been the desolate country's imperial advisor. Master Apothecary Yu Wuming was not only the World Society's consecrator, but also the Duke Jin. There was nothing left to be conferred. However, 108 Iron Hat Kings were added to the original 64 Iron Hat Kings. There were 172 Iron Hat Kings in total, led by the North vanquishing Prince Xie Tianhong. The original 1008 Iron Hat Kings were all promoted to kings, making up for 365 Iron Hat Kings. These were all conferred by the Emperor. In addition, the World Society and Heavenly Beast Hall were also under the desolate country for the first time. Although the Heavenly Beast Hall and the World Society belonged to the desolate country, they did not listen to the Emperor. Strictly speaking, although the World Society and Heavenly Beast Hall belonged to the desolate country, they only listened to Du Xiaofu. As for the other rewards, they did not need to be conferred by Du Xiaofu. Someone else would take care of them. This involved the submission of various factions and caused quite a stir. However, the overall situation was already set. It would not cause any more waves. The rise of the desolate country and the arrival of the Demon King Du Xiaofu in Middle State shocked Kyushu. He controlled the situation with unparalleled power. His speed, decisiveness, and ruthlessness shocked Kyushu. One had to know that none of the major forces in the 9 prefectures could stabilize the overall situation in such a short period of time. This was enough to prove that the Demon King Du Xiaofu was not the only terrifying person in the desolate country. Many people in the desolate country were equally terrifying. To be able to control all sides in such a short period of time was definitely not a simple matter. The desolate nation had completely risen. The profound talisman sect, the profound underworld sect, and the ancient heaven sect had also taken over a lot of the sky snake sect and spirit heaven valley's territories. The heavenly snake sect and spirit heaven valley were forced to retreat again and again. They didn't put up much resistance. Of course, the spirit sky valley and the heavenly serpent sect that had lost the support and leadership of the great will sect would not have the strength to stop the ancient heaven sect and the other two forces. Therefore, the sky snake sect and spirit heaven valley knew that they couldn't start a war with the other forces. They could only retreat. However, the ancient heaven sect and the others had a tacit understanding and didn't kill them all. After all, a dog would bite when cornered. On the 8th day of the 8th month, the Great Loon sect, the Sky Snake sect, and the Spirit Sky Valley were fully prepared. They could almost wipe out the armies of the Ancient Heaven sect, the Profound Talisman sect, and the Desolate Country. However, who would have thought that in the end, Du Xiaofu would bring so many terrifying forces, alarming the Kyushu and sending reinforcements from all directions. Even the great golden-winged rock clan sent out experts and killed many experts of the three forces, causing the three forces to lose 80 to 90% of their martial domain realm experts. The demon king Du Xiaofu suppressed the three forces with experts from all directions and turned everything around. Some people guessed that the Sky Snake sect and the Spirit Sky Valley would not be able to recover for 1,000 years after such losses. If something happened to the Sky Snake sect and the Spirit Sky Valley within 1,000 years, the consequences would be unimaginable. As for the Great Lun sect, it seemed that they were related to the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, in the end. This made it difficult for people to guess. The rise of the desolate country with the support of the Heavenly Beast Hall and the World Society is enough to be called the 10th most powerful force in the Central Plains. The Rock Emperor killed the Supreme Nirvana Dongli Qiwang. His demonic power is fierce, heavily injuring the Sky Alliance in the Central Plains, massacring the Divine Light Court, and the rise of the desolate country. This is a general trend that cannot be stopped. The entire Central Plains was abuzz with discussions. The rise of the desolate country was a general trend that could not be stopped and shocked the world. None of the major forces had any objections to the expansion of the desolate country's territory. Other than the Great Loon sect, the Spirit Sky Valley, and the Sky Snake sect, all the major forces had sent people to the Stone City to congratulate them. The four forces entered the Stone City to pay their respects. For a time, people came from all directions to congratulate them. How magnificent and peerless! The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, suppressed the dragon vein and was bestowed with imperial power. He had already proved his identity as the human emperor. He was definitely the most powerful human emperor in the entire Kyushu. Some of the forces that originally had some resistance in their hearts began to waver. At the very least, they did not dare to do anything under such peerless might. They also did not dare to make any movements. In the Stone City, people came from all directions to congratulate them. However, Du Xiaofu did not appear. They were all received by Du Yunlong, Master Apothecary, Yu Wuming, and the others. The experts of the golden-winged great rocks also left quietly. Jialo Kailing, Jialo Jiayu, and the others also came out for a while. This time, Du Xiaofu also declined the third elder, fourth elder, and fifth elder's continued protection. Du Xiaofu thanked the third elder, fourth elder, and fifth elder for their protection. However, he did not want to be a flower in a greenhouse. Although he knew that the devil religion was secretly waiting for an opportunity to make a move, and the devil religion seemed to have already targeted the Du family and himself, Du Xiaofu still believed that there would only be improvement with training. The sunshine in a greenhouse would not allow the flowers to bloom as much as they wanted. The third elder and the others could not persuade Du Xiaofu, so they could only leave. The Stone City was no longer an ordinary place. It was connected to the dragon veins in all directions. As long as he was in the Stone City, Du Xiaofu's imperial power would be bestowed by heaven and earth. With the protection of the imperial palace's dragon chi, even if he encountered a strong enemy, he would be able to protect himself. While the outside world was in an uproar, Du Xiaofu remained in the central hall of the imperial palace. In the center of the hall, the tyrant shadow floated, connecting the four directions. Within the desolate country's vast land, there were faint ripples that turned into a formless energy of heaven and earth that entered the mountains and rivers. They crossed hundreds of millions of li, connecting invisibly and finally surging towards the desolate country's stone city. Walala! In the depths of the desolate country's imperial palace, countless imperial dragon chi seeped out of the void, turning into golden dragon shadows that connected with the tyrant's shadow and surrounded Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu closed his eyes slightly and formed a hand seal. His body was covered in golden light, and the surroundings were completely submerged by the golden dragon shadows. Roar! In the dazzling golden hall, there were dragon roars from time to time, as if they were alive, and the aura was astonishing. The golden dragon shadows hovered, releasing the power of heaven and earth, containing the mysteries of heaven and earth. Streams of golden imperial dragon chi drilled into Du Xiaofu's body and then came out, circulating endlessly. It was mysterious and mysterious, like a miracle. This was the imperial dragon chi nourishing Du Xiaofu's physical body, baptizing and forging it. Du Xiaofu was immersed in it, very satisfied, and benefited greatly. Only a handful of people in the world would be able to obtain such benefits. Those who did not have the qualifications of a Renhuang would be crushed in this rich imperial dragon chi and suffer a backlash. Even an ordinary Renhuang would not be able to set foot in such a dense imperial palace dragon chi. In this rich imperial dragon chi, Du Xiaofu felt that as long as he devoured and absorbed it, it would be enough to increase his strength greatly. He would be able to borrow the power of heaven and earth and gather the fortune of a country. He might even be able to step into nirvana from annihilation. One had to know how mysterious such a rich imperial dragon chi was. At this moment, if anyone in the world had the chance to devour such imperial dragon chi, they would definitely be ecstatic and devour it without hesitation. When the imperial dragon chi gathered in one's body, one would enjoy endless benefits for a lifetime. It would produce many mysteries, and no one could resist such a huge temptation. However, Du Xiaofu held back and did not devour the imperial dragon chi. Once he devoured the imperial dragon chi, although he would be able to obtain endless benefits, Du Xiaofu vaguely felt that this seemed to be different from the path he was pursuing. At the level of the great supreme nirvana, Du Xiaofu felt that if he wanted to go from annihilation to nirvana, it should be a qualitative change and leap. If he devoured and absorbed the rich imperial dragon chi, he might step into nirvana. However, that was only a quantitative change, not a qualitative change. It was like storing water in a large vat. If one wanted to store more water, it was not enough to store water in the vat. Sooner or later the vat would overflow. At that time, the vat might even explode. Therefore, if one wanted to store more water, the only way was to make the vat bigger and store more water. Therefore, Du Xiaofu resisted the shocking temptation with great perseverance. He only used the rich imperial dragon chi to cleanse his body, tempering his crystal-clear body without any impurities. Du Xiaofu completely calmed down and used the imperial dragon chi to comprehend heaven and earth, comprehending the profound meaning of heaven and earth contained in the imperial dragon chi. Du Xiaofu was immersed in comprehending, and time passed slowly. Millions of vast mountains and rivers, the dragon chi produced by the dragon vein gathered in the stone city, making the stone city a treasure land. In the stone city, millions of creatures could feel the great majesty. Looking at the imperial palace from afar, they also felt prostrated, as if they were facing the supreme ruler of heaven and earth. This kind of comprehension allowed Du Xiaofu to connect with the imperial dragon chi. His mind could appear in the millions of lands of the desolate country, and nothing could escape. Deep in the mountains, which were isolated from the outside world, Du Xiaofu sensed some familiar figures in the desolate country. There was a beautiful woman in a light blue dress cultivating. Her charming face was delicate, and her eyes were clear. She was Du Yunxin from the Du household. She led the Du household and lived in seclusion there. In a steep valley, isolated from the world, there were also people living in seclusion there. Above the steep valley, there was a beautiful woman. Her big eyes were sparkling like black gems. She was Qingyan, and she led the remaining members of the Qing family to hide there. Comprehension, comprehension. Du Xiaofu felt like he was swimming in the mountains and rivers, connected to the earth. He looked up at the sky and watched the stars change. Gradually, Du Xiaofu felt that he was different. It was as if he could stand higher and see further. The sun rose from the east, and the stone city was filled with the morning glow. It was incomparably dreamy. Suddenly, at the place where the sun rose from the east, there was a slight distortion in space. Then, a dozen figures slowly walked out from the distorted space, as if they were descending from the sky. Chapter 15-18. Roar! Suddenly, the roar of a beast shook the vast stone city. Boom! In a short time, many ferocious beasts spread their wings and stood outside the stone city palace. Those ferocious beasts all had ancient bloodlines. Their roars were like thunder, and their bodies exuded a terrifying aura. Many figures stood on those ferocious beasts. The light that spread from their bodies was as dazzling as the sun. What a powerful aura! Within the stone city, there were creatures whose bodies were trembling uncontrollably, trembling in fear. Swoosh, swoosh! Within the Du clan, numerous silhouettes flew out. They stood there, gazing at the terrifying figure in front of them. There wasn't the slightest trace of fear in their eyes. They were the sacred array child Jinqin Chun, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Du Yunlong, Master Apothecary, Yu Wuming, Gui Che, Divine Ape King, Phantom Tiger King, Guqin Demon, and many others. Bastard, it's their family! Seeing the dozens of figures, Du Xiaoyao's golden robe fluttered. She clenched her fists. Her golden spiritual eyes shone with a cold light. The figures on the ferocious beasts looked at the people above the imperial palace. They were a little surprised, but they did not pay much attention to them. Some of them even looked at them with disdain. Du Xiaofu, come out and receive the decree! A ferocious beast flapped its wings and flew out. A tall young man shouted. That shout seemed to contain endless ancient majesty. It resounded through the stone city like thunder, echoing for a long time. The terrifying voice pierced the eardrums of the creatures in the stone city. They trembled in fear. That young man did it on purpose. Roar your grandmother! No one is deaf! Lower your voice! Du Xiaoyao shouted. Her voice was so loud that it drowned out the young man's voice. However, it was not uncomfortable for the millions of creatures in the stone city to hear. When the dozen or so figures heard this, their expressions immediately changed. The light gradually dimmed, revealing the silhouettes of a dozen young men and women. They were all of the younger generation, but their auras were all extremely tyrannical, emitting an extremely terrifying pressure. The 2 or 3 youths at the front were young, probably around 25 or 26 years old, but they had all stepped into the martial domain realm. Who dares? Do you know who you're talking to? The young man who had just spoken had black lines on his face. He looked straight at Du Xiaoyao with an ugly expression. Is legalism that great? Du Xiaoyao pursed her lips. She could tell that they were legalism from the aura of the people who had just arrived. Back in Tianhuang mainland, Du Xiaoyao had seen those people and could sense their auras. Back then, Du Xiaofu had almost died because of legalism. As a result, Du Xiaoyao was very displeased. She did not have any good feelings towards the school of legalism, and adding on the fact that the young man was shouting and yelling, Du Xiaoyao's expression became even worse. The legalism youth was a little surprised. He did not expect that the other party would know their background. What surprised him the most was that the people outside did not seem to take them seriously. Since you know who we are, you still dare to be so arrogant? I don't talk to nameless people. Get Du Xiaofu to come out and receive the decree. The tall young man didn't want to waste any more time. He had come this time because the clan had asked him to bring some news. He didn't even look down on Du Xiaofu, and didn't even place anyone else in his eyes. Talking to him would only damage his prestige and status. Du Xiaoyao glared coldly and scolded impolitely. Receive the decree? What do you think legalism is? Come to the desolate country to announce a decree? Go back, you've come to the wrong place. How dare you? Who are you? What is your relationship with Du Xiaofu? The young man became angrier. The other party did not even put him in his eyes. His face was already gloomy, and at this moment, his eyes were filled with coldness. Listen carefully, don't pee in your pants. Your grandfather Du Xiaoyao, I'm Du Xiaofu's big brother. Tell me who I am! Du Xiaoyao shouted, not backing down. His golden spirit eyes were filled with radiance. Du Xiaoyao, when did you become the big brother? Du Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at Du Xiaoyao. However, at this time, she did not expose him. It's all the same. Du Xiaoyao straightened his shoulders. He felt that he had always been the big brother, and that guy was the second. The young man was thoroughly enraged. His face was gloomy and ugly. He was a cultivator who had just reached the martial domain realm. Even among his peers in legalism, he could be ranked in the top 100. This time, he came to the Stone City to inform Du Xiaofu to go to the clan. He felt disdain in his heart, but he had to come because of the clan's order. The tall young man could not understand why the little bastard from the outside world would be invited to such a grand event in the clan. They even told him to be careful, saying that Du Xiaofu was not the same as before. The outside world was saying how extraordinary Du Xiaofu was. However, he did not take it to heart. The people of the outside world had not seen much of the world, so how would they know what was truly extraordinary? While Du Xiaofu had killed quite a few disciples of legalism back then, it was probably just a coincidence. In a real battle, he did not believe that Du Xiaofu would be all that powerful. Do you want to die? The young man stepped on the ferocious demon beast and looked straight at Du Xiaoyao. His eyes began to emit a bright light, and a great pressure spread out, causing the air to shake. It affected the energy of heaven and earth and pressed down on Du Xiaofu invisibly. I remember that the last time on Tianhuang mainland, all the people from the school of legalism were killed. Why are they here again? It seems that there are quite a lot of people from the school of legalism. We can't kill them all. Du Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the young man with a cold smile. Hearing this, the faces of the dozen or so young men and women from legalism darkened. They did not expect that the golden-robed young man in front of them would look down on them. What happened on Tianhuang mainland was their scar. They could not understand why that brat Du Xiaofu did not immediately punish him after killing so many of their people. Instead, they allowed him to participate in this event. A brat from the outside world is so arrogant and doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Birds of a feather flock together. Just kill those who are with that bastard Du Xiaofu, a young woman said coldly. She was very delicate and had an extraordinary temperament, but there was a gloominess to her. These people are disrespectful to me, the Rock Emperor. Anger surged out of countless eyes in the Stone City. Bitch, who are you calling a bastard? Come forward, I'll slap you to death, Du Xiaoqing shouted. Her beautiful and enchanting face was cold, and her holy temperament was suffused with killing intent. She could tolerate someone insulting her brother. How dare you insult me? The woman was stunned. She stared at Du Xiaoqing in disbelief. I'm not insulting you. I want to slap you to death, Du Xiaoqing said coldly. She was fierce and domineering. She did not even blink. You! The woman was stunned and could not speak. No one had ever dared to treat her like this. She did not know how to reply, but her expression became colder and colder. How arrogant! Looks like we have to kill her! The tall young man who spoke first spoke again. His killing intent surged. He stomped his foot on the demonic beast and flew into the sky. He walked step by step toward the barren nation's imperial palace. Come here and die, Du Xiao said. Her golden robe fluttered as she stepped into the sky. You're provoking me. You must die today. The tall young man could not take it anymore. He stomped his foot in the air and his body was wrapped in a dazzling light. It was like a dazzling sun. A claw print tore through the space and reached for Du Xiaoyao. "You're just in the martial domain realm. You're courting death!" Du Xiaoyao shouted. Her right arm, which was standing with her hands behind her back, suddenly stretched out. She threw out a punch. The space in front of her fist was distorted and shattered. A hazy light burst out. It was like the beginning of the world. There was an inexplicable pressure, as if it was going to make one's soul explode. The power of this punch could push in all directions and suppress everything. Bang! Bang! The fist and the claw collided. Suddenly, the sound was deafening. Golden runes covered the sky and spread. Mighty energy poured out like a flood and swept across the sky of Stone City. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the tall young man from legalism was blown up by Du Xiaoyao's punch. Starting from the claw print, his body exploded. The tall young man did not even have time to activate his skills, talent, and meridian spirit before he was blown up by the punch. "How dare you insult my brother? You're asking for a beating!" Almost at the same time, Du Xiaoqing appeared in front of the cold woman who had just insulted Du Xiaofu. Slap! Slap! When the woman saw her companion explode with a single punch, before she could even react, she felt a burning pain on her mouth. Pa pa, two loud and clear sounds were heard. Du Xiaoqing made her move and slapped the woman twice. Blood flowed from the corner of the woman's mouth. Her nose was bruised and her face was swollen. All that was left was a daze and fear. "Roar!" the beast roared. When the mount of the tall young man saw its master being killed, it cried out in grief and anger. "You dare to roar in the desolate country? Die!" The roar was deafening. Du Xiaohu's figure appeared, and terrifying inscriptions appeared in his deep, pitch-black eyes. Pressure surged. The sovereign of the Tiger clan was who knew how many times more powerful than the mounts of the school of legalism. They could not be compared at all. Swish! Du Xiaohu's black clothes shook as he stretched out his hand like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. A palm print flashed out from afar, and it transformed into an enormous tiger claw that warped space before suddenly descending and tearing the mount into a bloody mist. Everyone was stunned, especially the people from the school of legalism. They had never thought that the younger generation would be even more powerful and ferocious than them. Legalism was the most powerful family in the world. When they came out, they were able to look down on their peers in the outside world. Who would have thought that they would be beaten like dogs outside the desolate country's palace? "How dare you come to the desolate country to announce the decree? Kill them!" Du Xiaoyao was very arrogant. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately pounced on the dozen or so legalism men who had not recovered from their shock. "Kill!" Gui Che, Phantom Tiger King, Little Ying, and Violent Bear King were all people who wanted to see the world in chaos. They could not wait any longer. Roar! As soon as Du Xiaoyao finished speaking, Gui Che and the others immediately pounced forward. The outcome was already decided. The legalism mounts were directly captured by Gui Che, the Divine Ape King, the Phantom Tiger King, and Little Tiger Du under Jin Qingquan's and Yi Wuming's cries and heartache. Of the dozen or so legalism young men, 2 of the martial domain realm were directly killed by Du Xiaoyao. The remaining 9, including the woman who had been slapped twice by Du Xiaoqing, were captured alive. It was not Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, or Du Yunlong who were being kind. It was Jin Qingquan and Yi Wuming who stopped them from the side, wanting to keep a few alive. However, although the 8 legalism young men were spared for the time being, they suffered quite a bit. Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger Du, and the others viciously beat them up and took everything from them before they were thrown to the side. All of this made the legalism young men unable to recover from their shock. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.